crescendo. He came into her apartment, he left the blood stains on the carpet. She ran underneath the table, he could see she was unable. So she ran into the bedroom, she was struck down, it was her doom. Annie, are you okay? So Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? So Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? So Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? So Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Every time I look in the mirror, all these lines on my face getting clearer, and the past is gone. It went by, and I still don't. Say it with me, it's just for today. Maybe tomorrow the cloud will take you away. Written pages, living learn from fools and from sages.
Hello, everyone. It's your boy Shameless Pawn here again today. We have not done this in a little bit. I have been busy with our things along with the games and everything else, so we haven't really done our discussion lately. Like I said, I was going to do a while back. So today, we'll be going over some of the most one-sided moments of anime fight history and everything else. And I will be joined today with a friend of mine. Let me go ahead and give them a call. Dun 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 dun. Hello, hello, Shin.
Hello, hello, hello.
Let me just move your PNG
How
just a
goes it?
little. It is going well. We're gonna shift you down just a little bit up here.
Nice, nice.
All right. Yep. As discussed before, we are going to be going over some of the most one-sided fights of anime history. These are ones that have like, wow, that was a no contest situation, because who doesn't like a fight like that? Like, it's some of the best stuff on an anime, in my opinion, is some of the ones where you have a moment where it's like, okay, we've had like really good close fights, but one of my favorite things to watch are just the one-sided beatdowns.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things that annoys me the most in real life is arrogance. So there is nothing more satisfying to me than seeing somebody who's arrogant get beat the fuck down.
See,
And that happens a lot in one-sided fights like this.
it here happens in that, but I do love the few exceptions where the arrogant person, that because that's a I agree. Watching in real life someone who's that arrogant get the shit wrecked out of them is funny. However, what I also like, and this is something that I talk about a lot, with like characters I like. It's why I like characters like Dante from Devil May Cry and everything else. I like cocky people that like to shit talk, because it's gonna go one of two ways. Either the person's gonna just get absolutely wrecked,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
um, or they actually have the skills to pay the bills and back it up. It's
mm-hmm.
why I love characters like Dante, because like this man is allowed to shit talk because of the fact that he actually has that level of power. He is just built different. Why there are it's why one-sided fights always are a blast, because it's you're watching the person who has been so arrogant getting what is coming to them, or you realize, oh, that guy had a reason to be that level of flexing. It's one reason why in here we have a lot of old Dragon Ball clips versus later Dragon Ball clips. Because I
Mm.
will joke about this till the day I die with everyone who says like, "Oh, this character is a menace. This character is." I'm sorry, Kid Goku is a Black Air Force energy. Actual Kid Goku is a menace. There's a reason why it's like, huh, I wonder what happened with the writing. Remember how they had to nerf the fact that Goku actually catches bodies?
You know, I might say something here that puts our friendship at risk, but I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Oh,
I've never seen the original Dragon Ball.
here's the thing. That doesn't put a friendship at risk. That's actually common for a lot of folks. Like
Okay.
it's one reason, like even like Team Four Star has talked about this. It is surprising how many people have only started with Z, and that's it.
Oh, Z was great. I owned the complete DVD box set for Z,
Well, don't get me wrong.
including all
Z
the
is
filler.
great, but it's because of the time frame that it came out was when Toonami
Mm.
was getting big as well. So
Oh,
that's where most
Toonami.
people do it, because Toonami really didn't air at that time OG Dragon Ball. It's also
Oh,
because OG Dragon Ball is a comedy anime first,
That's
action
fair.
anime second. Being said though, it also has some of the cleanest fights because at that time they weren't just trying to like do the power scaling of like, oh, it's like we gotta blur out the hands like every 5 seconds to make it look like they're moving it faster than light. It was no, they're using actual martial arts, so we're going to like actually draw out the animation of the martial arts as much as we can outside like a few moments where yes, they're breaking scenes where it seems funny, such as one of the best comedy bits is when Master Roshi as Jackie Chun fights Krillin in the first World Martial Arts Tournament, and there's a frame where they both get past each other, and they're just standing there, and they both look like they've taken damage. Even the tournament announcer's like, "What the hell just happened?" And they actually go through and say, "Oh, well, you see," and they go in slow motion, reacting what they just did to the audience. It goes like, first off, I took a jab like this, but he managed to duck under my fist, jump over me like that, and they're like, "What the hell happened?" I'm like, I feel like this
What a
is
flex.
no, I'm just like, I feel like this is just Bruce Lee every time he had to be told on the set of Green Hornet, dude, slow down your fist. The slow motion camera is having trouble picking you up. That is real, by the way. His fists were so
That doesn't
fast.
surprise me.
The slow motion camera was having trouble catching every punch he was throwing as me. The hell is wrong with Bruce? Dude, it's a TV show. You don't have to go this hard.
He didn't have to, but he did for us.
He said, no, I gotta show y'all that this isn't fake. Alright, but speaking of some of the best one-sided fights, though, with arrogance, this is one of my favorite ones, because again, I know a lot of people give flack to Season 2 of One Punch Man. But this is probably one of my favorite One Punch Man fights, because it doesn't involve Saitama.
You could just put the entirety of One Punch Man in this fucking stream.
That's the thing.
It would be accurate.
That's a reason why there was a talk about this. Like, is it really a one-sided fight if the person was unintentionally holding back, but also intentionally holding back to make sure the fight could go longer? It's like, I know what fight you're talking about. That was already reviewed in our best fights of anime with Saitama versus Boros, because Boros even admits at the end, I had no chance, did I? You weren't even actually trying. Yeah, kind of sorry about that. Just him. Damn. I thought the prophecy I would lose to a great fighter. This wasn't even a fight. I was slaughtered.
Damn.
Just me.
Well, at least he's got self-awareness.
No, and it's like, I love that he admits that, yeah, that prophecy person could bite me in the ass afterwards. No, my favorite one is this fight because one-side fights also go well if it's a villain that's doing the one-siding for certain moments like this, because reverse jumping is so beautiful to see in animes. And this is one of them. It is Garo versus the 8 heroes. And to give context about this scene ahead of time, about why I love how one-sided this is, how do you have 8 heroes, all in at least Class A, and I think there's like one person that was close to Class S, that show up to a man who was injured, had no sleep, and unintentionally, you all don't know this, there is a hostage nearby that he doesn't actually keep as a hostage. So this man has everything going where, oh, we have this in the bag. This is just a straight W. How do you fumble this?
Overreaching, that's how.
Also, I just gotta admit, the guy that 100% is just adult Gohan that is in this scene.
It kinda is.
I do like, by what this is the announcement where he says if he manages to beat all of them, that will be a solid 100 wins against the heroes. That's the other one where I give props to this. It's a 8-man jumping, and one of them is just using guns. Actually, 2 of them are, but one of them is actively just trying to shoot me right now.
gonna say something here, and I don't know how to feel about it, but this guy kind of looks like the Bount from Bleach.
I mean, again, One Punch Man and everything else, a lot of the writers do get influenced by Bleach stuff and everything else, and I don't blame you for there. Is it bad, by the
That's
way?
fine.
I've heard so much shit about the Bount arc, I've never seen it. I've only seen one clip of the Bount arc, and that was later on finding out what a line was that I've used for quotes, which was from the main villain of the Bount arc. I'm just like, I've never seen the actual Bount arc. Is that like most of Bleach filler just never was something I wanted to watch?
It's hard to get through, dog. I'm not gonna lie.
That
Like,
could be described for almost all of Bleach's plot line at some point.
I'm watching Bleach with some friends because a few of them haven't seen it yet at all. So we're watching it for the first time. We skipped the Bounce arc because we have like a filler guide. So we skipped like 100 episodes.
I was gonna say that's how I am with Naruto. When I was helping my mom get through it, is I literally pulled up a what is canon, and skipped so much filler, which was basically we've skipped the entire last season of Naruto and so many arcs in Shippuden. However, I did have her watch certain filler ones because they would tie back to replays that I knew would happen in like the fourth Great Ninja War and everything else. So like these aren't canon, but they have importance to the story because the story of the manga changes from the anime. Also, I love Miki's comment. I hate you right now, Shin. Garo does now look like a great value Jin Kaguya.
Hey!
So wait, hold on. So we have a great value Bount versus great value Gohan, and somehow the Bount's gonna win this.
こいつ今のコンディションで銃弾いや鎖鎌けん玉避けきれるかバカ降伏するなら
And also,
これが
yeah,
最後のチャンス
Garo
だ
admits
ガロー
the fact he's been dodging the bullets, the arrows, and all this in his condition is ridiculous.
降りる気はねえぞ
And then you idiots gave him a chance to get a second wind.
Yeah. Is that like a meta commentary on the monologuing that anime characters do?
Like, not only does he get a second win, the more he gets his second win, he's like, okay, I'm done playing around. Time to use actual martial arts.
Time to fuck shit up.
That's the other reason I like this fight as well. Garo isn't exactly arrogant in this. In fact, the heroes were more arrogant. Because they literally were
I
like...
feel like that tracks.
Well, it's also because literally they had him outnumbered, and this man was heavily injured, barely slept, and everything else. There is no reason they should have fumbled this. In fact, what happens after this is still a shock. The fact that Garo takes on Genos. It's like, oh man, you took down a bunch of Class B and A. Here's a Class S. Oh. Hello there. Bam. Just got chased. Now, see, I won't lie, One Punch Man's another one that's a guilty pleasure anime of mine. But the reason is because I also love the lore implication. There is literally no one in One Punch Man universe that should ever be beat.
Yeah, that's fair.
When you have someone like King who is the ultimate Hercule, that his heartbeat makes people get scared, and he's just over here ready to shit himself, goes like, what's my superpower? I don't have one. Also, yeah, this man's fully deflecting a Gatling gun point blank. Winner, Garo. God, that fight is just so nice for me because again, there is no reason he should have lost that. He should have won that in actual like what the heroes are thinking. It's like, oh man, we got this, dude. How did you fumble that? No, because again, when we talked about arrogance and everything else, is why the next clip is what is so beautiful for me. I love this one. I love this one so goddamn much because it's again a joke I've had. We just discussed this the other night. One Punch Man is a show that isn't afraid to make fun of. It says, "Oh, 100% because it's a parody anime of
Yeah,
other
I
shonens."
respect the hell out of shows that are self-aware.
Well,
It's refreshing,
well,
honestly.
it's because the manga. I have both of his animes in here. We have One Punch Man in here, and then we have his second anime because he literally wanted to make One Punch Man as a joke to shonen anime, and then turned around and said, "Hey, I'm gonna make my own shonen anime. Here's Mob Psycho."
Nice.
Literally, he was like, "I'm gonna take all the tropes that make a good shonen anime and play off the joke of One Punch Man because it's just every shonen anime is about the hero's journey, seeing them from start to finish. This is a final main character who has reached the prime and is at their strongest potential ever. Is Saitama." And we're watching it just like, what happened? This is what would have happened if Goku's story actually ended, and we have to see what happens afterwards. There is no one now that can beat Goku, and he is now just like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, and that's where the fucking Dragon Ball anime is going too.
Yeah.
Like,
Which they never do, because there's always the comment that Goku's journey is all about finding more and more strong people. His journey is all about becoming the strongest, so they're always going to introduce a new threat. To be fair, in the world, in the heroes do more damage and absolutely have the fame, unlike the S-Class, they hate everyone. Yeah. But so speaking of arrogance, this is where we go into our next one, where sometimes the arrogant person's the one we're rooting for. Uh,
oh, is it going to be who I think it's going to be?
why is this? Oh, it copied the whole message. So when it comes to Seven Deadly Sins, why does everyone, it's one of my favorite ones. So go ahead and tell me who your favorite sin after Escanor. That is my joke to every single person is, hey, go ahead and tell me who your favorite sin is after Escanor. Because
Well, it's funny you say that because my favorite sin after Escanor is the other really cocky one, Bon.
See, that's the thing. That's what I tell people. My favorite of them is Escanor first. Escanor is my favorite.
Escanor first, absolutely.
He has he literally, his introduction, which is in here, is one of the best moments of anime. He is disrespectful to a degree. It's a joke that there's a video about him. He is Black Air Force energy. He is the king of pride, but he backs it the fuck up. The only downside he has to in Seven Deadly Sins is poor animation starting in season 3.
Real quick, I want to talk about that actually because Escanor reminds me so much. I don't know if you were a theater kid, Shameless.
I've seen a lot of them. I never got to be one myself, but I had a lot of friends who were.
So there was a musical about King Arthur. I think it was called Camelot. So you know what I'm talking about then when I say he reminds me a lot of Lancelot.
Yeah.
Like, he was super fucking arrogant, but he backed it the fuck up.
Look,
like, from his perspective, he's not being a narcissistic asshole. He's just speaking truth.
Again, it's one of my favorite things about why Escanor is so good, is because it's just a situation where Escanor shows off. One of my favorite tropes that we talked about last night about this as well. If you think, in chat, you can think about this as well. Think about all the tropes that we see where, like, we'll always see, like, animes that include, like, the 7 deadly sins as some kind of, like, power structure. Like, you have, literally, the 7 deadly sins here, where all the main characters are a representation of one of the sins. Escanor being pride. You have it in Full Metal Alchemist with the homunculus, where if you watch the original, King Bradley was pride. If you watch the true Brotherhood and everything else, his son is pride. God, there was another one that we talked about this that had this as well. I'm blanking on it right now, but almost
help me out here. Describe it. I might be able to.
I can't. It is literally blanking on me. But it's one of those ones where, like, every time they show off the pride character, it's probably one of the best characters of the show, and it quickly becomes one of my favorite characters as well. Because, like, Escanor, he steals the show. Bon is my second favorite, but the reason I like Bon isn't even just the arrogance. I actually really love his backstory and why he's a tragic hero.
His backstory is cool. His abilities are cool. His fit is cool.
Yeah. But Escanor versus
You're standing
Esterosa
before the lion's
is
sin of
in some of my
pride.
top fights of all time as well.
Oh, I love this fight.
What's bad is it was so hard to find people who weren't just cutting out like some of the best moments of this because they had to clip it quickly. Which, granted, they don't cut out too much. They just cut out like some of the dialogue. But it is ridiculous how short this fight actually is, which is also a test of, a major thing with Escanor fights. They aren't long.
Yeah, they're
Like even
they're
going
short.
going through the episode that talks about this without cutting the entire clip is the length of this video. It's about 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's simple.
Damn.
Because he's the most powerful man in the 7 deadly sins.
Oh, I see. You're the human Melascula was babbling about who defeated Galen.
If you were to be stricken by the effects of your own commandment, then I wouldn't have the fun of fighting you.
I'm not gonna lie, by the way, Escanor is one of the few people I can say gets away with a yellow suit like this. Him and All Might, because for some reason, I don't really like the color yellow too much like this. It's too bright, but this man rocks it.
Well, for this, it's a little bit better because it's gold. It's metallic. You know what I mean?
What's wrong?
And it works on him, too.
Yeah, see, like, this is the part where like they cut out, like, just, like, a few seconds just to save time. But I still love that. Punches Esterosa. He blocks it. He fully blocks that punch.
Still
and
goes
just
down.
goes to his knees, and Escanor's just like, what's wrong? Did you drop a coin or something? Why you on your knees, buddy? And the guy's like, what the fuck? And again, his brother watching in the background. Did he just get knocked to the ground by a punch he blocked?
Yep.
How is this happening?
I'm glad you asked.
This is the kind of fight I've been waiting
Here's the
for.
thing, I am definitely not caught up on this anime.
Oh my god. It's
The
one that...
pacing for how they release the episodes is so fucking strange, and I got very confused.
So that
And
was mainly in the last season where they were trying to be like, hey, we're going to release half of it to give time to work on the animation because season 3 released all at once, but the animation was they had changed studios. The animation is terrible, and they do the whole censorship where blood suddenly becomes white. So instead of bleeding, all the enemies. Well, no. It's even funnier where because now with how half of them act, everything else, we're like, okay, so now enemies don't bleed; they splooge.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just come at them.
Which is also why one of the funniest scenes with Spy X Family has been censored heavily in China because they do the same thing where some places don't fully censor it where it's still blood in Japan and everything else, but other audiences have to get white. So like a good example is Spy X Family in China has to make it white. They are not allowed to show blood. So there's a scene with literally young Yor talking to her brother where she's covered in blood when she was learning how to become an assassin. Because and she is being very vague about what's on her because the brother is like, sis, what's that all over you? And she just goes, don't worry, it's none of it's mine. And I'm just like, China and what she's covered in, that context is a lot worse.
I don't know why they think that's better.
I don't know either. Like, at that point, just make it blue or something. Like, do the alien thing where, like, Dragon Ball did this, where if it was an alien like Frieza or anything else, their blood was purple.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is just one of the weirdest censorships. Why make it white? It's so weird. Like I get one censorship they do for it, which is if you vomit, it's normally like a rainbow. But that's also one where
that's funny though.
No, here's the thing. That's funny because anytime they try to make that white as well, makes that a lot worse with it. Again, implications.
Something I would do. But back on track here. That was a little bit of a tangent. I do play the 7 Deadly Sins mobile game.
See, I played it for a very long time. This is where I had to point out where I had very well known I had an addiction to gacha games. So Grand Cross, Dokkan Battle, and Final Fantasy Brave Exvius were my go-to gacha games. And that's the reason is why I don't really play mobile games too often outside of like what I've been doing now for Misplay and everything else. And I have gone back into Dokkan Battle, but I'm playing strictly free-to-play because I had a lot of fucking good units. But like, Brave Exvius just ended. His servers are shut down and everything else after like I want to say it was like 7 years running. Or 10. It was around that time point. Grand Cross is one I was so hyped for, and I played nonstop for like a year, and it's also why I went into several moments of debt. But the reason I quit Grand Cross, one was I needed to start saving money because I knew I was going to start spending it. But it was also, I got so tired, and it's still prudent to this day. They were so determined to catch up to the Japanese side for banners that they were releasing overly powerful units super early to make it where you didn't have to pull on other banners. Like, example is releasing like full powered Meliodas like 3 months before we should have ever even seen word of him in the global center. And when they did that, it literally made the next 4 banners worthless. You didn't need to pull on them at all. So like, well, because we're doing that, we're going to speed up every single banner now. And now every banner basically is, here's a festival unit where, yes, there's pity, and you're guaranteed the unit at this point by doing enough multis, but it's just going to be power creeped in a week. And the game is heavy PvP. And I'm like, okay, if it's a PvE game, I don't mind. But PvP is literally how you keep getting multis every single week to get the pity for the next week. And that made it unfun. Like,
that's valid.
Because I will be fair, and this says a lot, I have rainbowed every Escanor unit when they introduced the 1. I had every single Escanor day 1 rainbowed.
Yeah,
they were completely filled up, and they made my best teams. I'm like, there's no reason for me to run any other team right now on PvP, because I will just steamroll everybody. I'm running a pure humans team. But it is because of the fact that they just... They killed it in a way where it made it impossible to want to spend money on the game. But it hasn't
really
fully
don't need
died.
to anymore
You
either.
you really don't have to anymore. But it's one of the ones where if I came back to like Grand Cross, it would only be like I do with Dokkan Battle. I'm only pulling for the units I really like.
Fair enough. That's kind of what I'm doing in Seven Deadly Sins, because they just had a whole Norse expansion or whatever.
Yeah, because they went into
which I'm obsessed with.
What hurts me, by the way, that was supposed to have an anime.
Yeah, that's very much the vibe I got.
No, that's the thing. No, we have been told that was supposed to get an anime with Netflix. Like,
I'm not surprised.
Like, that's the reason why the budget for the seasons kept going down, is because they were budgeting to make the Seven Deadly Sins Ragnarok was going to have an anime adaptation to go alongside which is happening right now, the Four Horsemen anime that's going on. And there's still no word if we're still actually getting that anime. And it hurts me, because I'm like, you spent so much of the budget. Which, granted, I will say this, I need to read more Four Horsemen and watch it. They have actually swapped the studios again, and the fights look good again. Because every fight after season 3 that was supposed to be hype and everything else, it gets so shafted. It's so upsetting. Because, like, if you look at this fight, it's so good, it's so well animated. And then we have Escanor versus Melio in the next season, and it hurts. It actually hurts to watch.
Little didn't I. This is my magical power.
That's fair.
Full counter.
I also just love Escanor's response to the
wonder I
full
actually
counter.
felt a bit of pain just now.
What was your name again?
Just, my full counter, unlike Meliodas', which reflects magical attacks, reflects physical attacks. Huh, no wonder I felt some damage. Damn, I'm strong!
The name's Escanor. Committed to memory before I can show my respect to you for getting serious and not holding back.
He took the meme
That
of...
kind of magical power.
No, I was gonna say,
people
he took
behind
the
you will
meme
be
if I
charged
punch
with
myself and it hurts.
Vaughn,
Am I
would you be
strong
so
or am I
kind as to
weak?
confirm
And this
that
man
Lake
took that
Panasi
shit
lies just in front of the
seriously.
south
No, I
gate?
am just that strong. It's gonna hurt if I hit myself. Also, just cruel son.
Oh, here we go.
Cruel song!
This part's crazy.
Followed by Pride Flare.
We have no actual idea what Pride Flare is supposed to do, by the way, outside of I guess, prematurely exploding the sun.
Pretty impressive attack.
Because he never uses that move
I
again.
think it's time to settle this.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, he never uses Pride Flare again. He just uses, like, Cruel Sun variations of it.
Full counter!
Don't introduce an attack if you're never going to use it again.
No, actually, no. Here's the thing. I like that because it goes back to the Dragon Ball rule. If you ever think about this, until the anime changed it, if you go and read the manga, Vegeta barely ever uses moves. Vegeta only ever uses named attacks once. And it goes back to something that Toriyama said where he wants to use like special attacks like that one time only. The only exception is stuff like Kamehameha because that's a staple. And he goes like, that was a staple, but like Vegeta's Big Bang attack, he only uses one time in the show. Or he only uses one time in the anime, in the manga. He only uses Final Flash one time. Like, they keep those special moves as one-time attacks because they're supposed to feel big and important. Which is why I like the fact that Pride Flare gets used once, but Cruel Sun happens multiple times. It's like, okay, so Cruel Sun's your go-to. What the fuck is Pride Flare?
Darkness just swallowed up that son of yours.
Well, I guess in
full
fairness,
counter
it
will
also
deflect all
kind of fits
physical
with
attacks
Eskimo's
right back
lore,
at you.
Yeah.
which I don't know a whole lot
It's
about,
almost noon,
but he
correct?
seems like the kind of guy who was prophesied to accidentally destroy the world.
My attacks
Yeah. You know
what I
have
mean?
no effect on you. That my
So maybe he
son,
doesn't want to
who
be doing
decided
his
that?
big crazy attacks.
I never saw his attack coming.
Just... By the way, I love the who decided that line so much because it is shit I have pulled off in games and everything else where it's like, we're about to lose. We just need to wipe and everything else in like Final Fantasy 14. We've done it in Monster Hunter. It's like, alright, we've lost. Just me with the last like ditch little bit of HP and attacks. Who decided that?
And now
I am going in!
Die.
How did Esterosa live this? Plot.
Plot, yeah.
There is no
Plot
reason
armor.
that man should, well, not even plot armor, just how do you live that? Your brother literally just started tanking some of that hit for you.
Yeah.
No, Seven Deadly Sins
like-
is probably one of my favorite animes that I've seen. That I also get onto a lot of people for this who give it a bad flack because so many people say they do not watch Seven Deadly Sins because of Meliodas.
Here's the thing, though. I think that's valid because I'll be real with you. It's hard for me to watch.
Here's the
Like
thing.
it's
And this is where I point
Like-
out with everyone's like, well, Meliodas is nothing but a perv and everything else. False. He only pervs on one woman. And again, when you know the full context of the storyline and everything else, you understand why he's perving on her. And again, she consents.
well.
She never actively says no, and it's a situation where she doesn't. It's not even that she doesn't just not consent. Sometimes she literally, there are moments that we see where she's like, I wonder why he's not doing this. Is he okay? No, he'd be, messing with me right now.
Well, in fairness, Shameless, the first scene where they're introduced to each other as characters, she's literally not capable of consent.
That is, the situation of that, yeah. I know some people
Um,
also point out, it's like, it's really weird that, in the scene that we see in the future with his backstory where he's literally holding a baby version of her and saying, get away from my woman. It's like, let's be fair. He literally just watched her get reincarnated in front of his eyes after just dying in front of his eyes. That wasn't a comment of, oh, it's because it's a baby. It's, this man's going to try to protect this baby. Get
No,
the
that's
fuck
fair.
away.
I will say, I think my biggest problem with the pervy stuff is that it's immersion breaking. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's
Like,
too
I'm watching-
immersion breaking because it's Meliodas putting on facade.
I mean, that's fair, but like, what I'm talking about is like, I'm in the middle of this great world building, all this cool lore and all this shit, and then we got to take a break for the comedic relief of Meliodas being a perv.
I mean, I'll be fair. I feel the reason I don't mind that as well is I'm used to animes that do that, but it's also because I'm used to animes that were all about that. Because I'll be fair, it's the reason I tell people this. It's like, you get onto people like Meliodas, but I don't see anyone harping on Issei. High School
Yeah.
DxD with Issei, like, but then again, that's his entire character. That's not
his
just
entire character.
That's
He's
just not
also a
part.
hormonal teenage boy.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, it's not just a part of his character, and I feel like that's the reason why people get onto Meliodas for it. It's because it's only a part of his character.
Well, also counter Shameless, High School DxD is unashamedly horny.
Oh yeah, it's a harem anime.
Practically,
It's a harem anime.
It's practically a hentai anime.
Yeah, it's a harem
So
fight
you kind
anime.
of know what you're getting in for with that, but Seven Deadly Sins markets itself as this like
it's a shonen
fantasy
without
action
being fully shonen. Yeah.
Yeah. So
which being fair though is where I lead into it, because it's a shonen is where you know the fan service has got to come into at least one time.
No, that's why I can watch it, is because I acknowledge that Japan does a lot of stuff like that.
Well, and here's my other reason why I point out why I don't mind
it.
My other reason why I don't mind it is it's only Meliodas who does it.
Yeah.
But it's also the fact that a lot of the cast have like relationships, and we see like the different aspects of how they treat their relationships. Because I won't lie, the one I know that also gets a lot of people is Bon and Elaine, and I'm just like, look, I'll be fair, that's mainly just because of how they look versus everything else. Because they actually just act like a sweet, loving couple. They don't do anything lewd.
Yeah,
in fact, that's one of my favorite jokes that happens later on, which is Meliodas and Bon having a dick measuring contest with each other about who's got the better girlfriend. And it's literally Bon calling out that Meliodas is a pervert, and Meliodas is like, oh, well, you're just a little lovey-dovey little, fox boy. And he goes like, shut the fuck up. My love is pure, yours is hormonal.
Oof, shit.
That is the best way Bond describes it. My love is pure, yours is hormonal. I'm like, the way he acts, you're not wrong, but we find out in season 3, you're very wrong about that.
Yeah, no, I've heard of that problem before. And again, that's something that I'm just so used to seeing in anime that I'm kind of desensitized to it at this point.
Yeah. Next on our list, we have some OG Dragon Ball, which, again, this is one where I make a joke. This one doesn't even feel like it's a fight. It really isn't, but it also just shows why Goku as a kid is a menace.
I love that you told me this was a comedy anime originally.
It is a comedy.
And in hindsight, that makes so much sense.
So the reason it's a comedy as well is that it was Toriyama's project right after making Ariel. It was literally after making an entire... Which, she shows up in the show. Like, there's a little spin-offs multiple times where, you know, there was a spin-off OVA at one point, there was a movie, and then she shows up in Super. And because she is literally a gag character 100%, she breaks the physics, she breaks the world and everything else of, like, what can be power scaling in Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball itself starts as a comedy anime with action, because it's literally Toriyama, especially with making Goku, was doing his own version of, you know, an homage to Journey to the West, which has a lot of comedy in it. Because
that's valid.
This joke fight.
He's a trickster.
I've fallen on my rump and squashed bugs bigger than you are.
He is a singular mischief.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute to fight.
Like, later in the series of Dragon Ball, it gets more
to crush this
serious.
pest between my thumb and forefinger.
Because they really show, like, the martial arts are super important.
Huh? Oh, I really crushed him!
It's also why I make a joke about with how Dragon Ball works. Is... There's another anime that did it. I'd have to go back and remember. But Dragon Ball's original arcs are so funny because they go like, first arc, you know, the Pilaf saga and everything else. You know, he actually, you know, is on the Dragon Ball adventure. Next arc, tournament arc.
Wow, it sure
Small
was
little
lucky
Dragon
we
Ball
fell out
adventure
ring
because
like
of the Red
that.
Ribbon stuff.
Not really.
2 tournament arcs back to back.
Krillin, I'm thinking we shouldn't use our full
part of the
strength.
interesting
At least
thing
not
is
yet.
like,
Hold on.
imagine
why
a
not?
child bodying an entire like paramilitary terrorist organization.
Yeah. See, that's the other reason I like this, by the way, with what happens with this. when it shows of him literally just actually one tapping a guy and he goes flying out, he just tumbles out the ring. This is something we never really get full acknowledgement. I need to look this up and see if we do get full acknowledgement of it. Of when the hell did the junior division of the World Tournament become a thing? Because even this shows that is Goku at like 8 years old fighting a whole ass man. That man's like in his 30s, fully 100%. Sonny wish I had some Rama half fight fair. All right, let's see. Next one was another one which was pretty funny because Tori, I want to say again, no disrespect to actual Bruce Lee. This was a fight where it says Goku versus Bruce Lee, but it's a Bruce Lee impersonator because that was very popular in Asia when Bruce Lee was like getting big because everyone's like, oh crap, now I have to be like Bruce Lee. And, well, some people would get their shit wrecked like this.
Well, who's next then? Take me down for 100,000 zenny? Which one of you's got the guts? Come on, step up! Come on, not me. Maybe you are. So, how about it, man? Any of you think you can beat me?
Yeah.
If you can make me give up, the dough is yours. No tricks. This is for real.
Hey, that's the answer. I'll win the money, like it's a tournament.
So, why don't you try?
You've got to be kidding. He's a master of kickboxing, and I hear he's undefeated.
I want to fight.
Oh?
Hey, I said I'll fight. Give me a second.
No joke? Are you serious?
I find funny about the Dragon Ball fights
Yeah,
here.
I could sure use the money.
I know there's like 4 submissions. 2 of them were also for
really
me.
going to take
They're
me on?
all Kid Goku.
Uh-huh, as long as I really get the money when I win.
I mean, to be fair, that was when he was the best at rocking shit.
Okay, the zenny is yours.
This is
if
like
you
when he
beat me.
100%
I usually charge
didn't
an
know how to
entrance
hold
fee,
back.
but for a challenger of your caliber,
Or would
I'd
just
be honored to
steamroll
fight
after
you
a
for
power
free.
Thank you. I promise I won't hurt you bad.
Okay.
I actually did watch a little bit of classic Dragon Ball when I was a kid.
Ready?
Like small child, like elementary school.
Oh yeah.
Eating my peanut butter Eggo waffles before school. Fucking watching Dragon Ball in the mornings.
See, if I can find more ways to watch it, I love how much Kid Goku is. I need the zenny. Oh, 100%. He was like, shit, I need the money for this. Hey, easy 10,000 zenny. Sure, I can do this. I mean, what's the chance of me just washing this guy? Completely humiliating him out in the street and just making him rethink his entire life choices. Nah, he's a fighter. He's got this. He can take me. Goku, you were very much not aware of your own strength, kid.
1, you're not aware of your own strength. 2, you're not aware of the stupidity of people.
you're not aware of the stupidity that is people. I will say this though, it's not the only Dragon Ball clips that we have that are only Kid Goku, but a lot of the ones that are like really involving Goku were Kid Goku. Because I put another one in here that's gonna come up of a one-side fight where one-sided goes wrong for some people. But yeah,
Let's get it started now.
So, me first?
Sure, kid.
Sure.
Oh? I like, by the way, the animation has to clearly show that off. That is a gut punch because it looks like he just fully slammed him in the dick.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Also, can I point out, if I were this man, the minute I back down is the second I see this kid has a tail. When I see that, I'm like, nope.
Well, here's the thing. Think about it like this. You're in the Dragon Ball universe. There is literally a furry right here. Like, in the background, because, and we find out about this in Kakarot, it was a drug. The entire reason there are animal people is because people were taking drugs that turn them into animals.
That's canon?
Yes. The whole reason that the animal people exist is that people were taking a substance that allowed them to become animal-like.
Oh my god, they figured out the secret.
It was basically the joke of how do we make cat girls real life. This.
We
Also,
were
this
just
is the
getting
first instance
started.
of the junior division was the 24th 10K Shibukai. Wow. So literally they're
I know
like,
your secret.
okay,
You studied a
Goku's
little
over
martial
here
arts,
humiliating
haven't
too
you,
many
kid?
kids, to make
Yes,
grown-ass
I've had some
adults.
training.
We gotta
Aha! I just
introduce
knew
this.
Ready for another round?
Man kicked him so hard his eyeballs flew out of his head.
I think you should probably go ahead and give up now.
You little nitwit.
He's boggling like a rat.
Whoa! Missed me! Almost!
He's pissed now. Instead of being scared, he's pissed. Classic mistakes.
Here I come!
I surrender!
I got
Surrender,
money!
please.
Yeah, that's the moment. He's like, okay, I'm done now.
25th World Martial Arts Tournament was when the punching machine was introduced. Ah.
Oh, the punch machine. We love the punch machine.
Okay, so literally so the tournament that Hercule wins legitimately, when everyone else wasn't attending the tournament, is when they introduce the children's division. That's which also explains because Vidal won the 24th Martial Arts Junior division, which I want to know why they implemented that rule. Because for the longest time we had as the even up to the 23rd one, he was all age categories, which is so weird. Poor fake Bruce Lee.
My career is over.
Damn, I was out here scamming folks out their money. What happened? So this next one breaks up the Dragon Ball world moment that we have right now. Because this is one that even I said, this is probably one of my favorite, like, one-sided fights of anime. And this fight right here is partially one of the reasons why I made this list of, what are one-sided fights. Because, again, this is back in, like, for a lot of people, the golden age of animation, which was the early 90s and 2000s. Because we have, from Yu Yu Hakusho, one of my favorite moments.
Oh, I love Yu Yu Hakusho. I never finished it, though. I need to finish it.
Which is funny. This is literally the last fight of the official anime. And
damn, I just remembered a couple other clips I could have posted from another anime.
Here's the thing. If we go for a while, we can absolutely do more of that if we clear through all of these. But
I am stepping out at some point.
True. If they do go live, do let me know, and we will raid into it as the big one.
I'll bet. Yeah, I got you, fam.
But no, the big one with this is... What I also love at the end of this is the fact that Yusuke feels horrible and actually feels like he goes like, no, man, this wasn't a fight. I'm sorry. It is because Yusuke's not the one in his body right now.
Lol.
Early Sukuna before Sukuna was a thing.
You are indeed the descendant of the Mazaku, and I couldn't be happier.
And what's so funny about that?
Not so much funny as divine. That fortune would smile upon me.
How's that?
I think I also might be hurting people by
appears
comparing the
once
fact
every
that
40
yes,
plus generations. That's no mistake.
Sukuna before Sukuna was a thing.
You should be careful what you call a fortunate opportunity. Your luck could run out.
Kuno, the fucking Twitch streamer.
Yeah, I just realized what I said. Whoops.
No, I was just making a stupid joke. Don't worry about it. I'm a shitlord, remember?
Oh no, it's not. I'm gonna pause the moment when it happens, but this right here is why. This next moment right here is why this is in my top fight. Some of my top one-sided fights of all of anime. Some of my top fights of all of anime as well in general. And also just disrespectful in every situation that is available. Because this man is flying backwards. And then he jumps on him. He is still sliding backwards the entire time this part is happening. He is just jumping on his chest like a trampoline.
God, that is
and I'm
so
just like,
disrespectful.
And I'm just like, the man is still sliding. We can clearly see the frame. You are still moving. And you are jumping on him as a human surfboard and everything else. And the just sheer amount of damage that can be causing to someone's ribs.
Stop. He's already dead.
That basically is how this fight went. This is why Yusuke is not having any problems of allegations about being a fraud. Oh, gotta get some headbutts in there. Also, the animation shows it. No, the best part, the animation doesn't show it really well. Not only is he headbutting him at the same time, that knee is introducing itself to his stomach every time that those headbutts have been hitting. He is literally headbutting him and kneeing him at the same goddamn time.
More flexible than I am.
So I'm like, welcome in, Shiro. You joined in for probably one of the best one-sided fights that were on the list for it. Because that's why I said, this fight alone is why I have the one-sided anime fights. And just absolutely...
Why can't guys have these powers at the start of cases?
His ancestor must have been an extremely
brutal fights as well.
warrior. As a mere human,
you also missed the joke where I said, it is literally the fact that Yusuke had a, had a Sukuna before,
Do you still think that challenging me is some great opportunity for you? Well, do you?
Pretty sure he just broke his windpipe there.
Playtime's over.
A good point. Yeah.
What's happening? Who's doing this? Hey, give me back my body! Shut up, this doesn't concern you. The hell it doesn't! So long! Out of the way, dumbass!
When they all realize, oh shit, Yusuke's back in control. Too late. Too little, too late. That man is dead. I wasn't expecting to be on early. Well, it's not necessarily early. It's just I didn't actually start running late like I have been lately.
We love a separate thing in this house.
And lo and behold, that man is dead. Well, alas, it is what it is. Luckily, we do have the VOD for this. But, yeah, I love that after that, by the way, Yusuke 100% goes back to the man's body, goes like, nah, man, you know, you can revive from this, right? You know, get back up, we'll actually have our 1v1, you know, come on, get up, I don't want to win like this, this was not me, this wasn't actually me, someone else was possessing my body, I didn't beat you, I want to beat you, get the fuck back up, start living, damn it, It gets better, he had a month to live anyways. Yeah, dude literally had a month to live before that, and just goes, hey, what happened? He's dead. And Yusuke, no, get up, come on, man, I want to beat you. Get your ass up.
Man.
And again, with how Yusuke gets possessed by his actual ancient spirit of a ancestor of his, is why I'll make a joke. Man, Yusuke's just a very fucking JJK main character.
I was gonna say, I guess it runs in the genes then.
It does.
Fucking.
Although half of those genes were ripped off, as we saw. Also, beautiful one-sided fights. Just Kenshiro. Like, most of the time, Kenshiro fights.
It runs in the genes, you know, the Chinese blood censorship that looks white.
Yeah.
Runs in the genes.
なるほど。ただのバカではないようだな。名を聞いておこう。俺の名を知ったところで
Those who hear my name
人
would
に
have
語る
speeches.
こ
Good
と
thing the
はでき
VOD
ん。
option says I can't show up, that's why. Yeah, and not to mention, Shiro, we're an hour in, we're only on the fourth fight. Like, we've been pausing, we've been discussing.
We yap a
beautiful.
lot. We do a lot of
stuff
yapping here.
Having someone to bounce off of makes it good to have someone, you know, you can talk with for this stuff.
このバスク様が貴様ごときに倒されると思う
Kill
の
me.
か
Man, it's about to be a Gohan situation. It's about to kill me.
Honestly, I'm just enjoying the classic animation style again.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can tell it's dated, but also this is the shit I grew up with. And like,
Listen,
this is
sometimes
this frame right
the
here.
older animations look nice because they had to hand draw all this.
Well, I was gonna say, if you go back to that when he's swinging the cake, you can tell.
Yeah.
Like, that shit looks painted.
Yeah, they talk so much. Yes, we do. Hey, we talk as much as a shonen anime character.
Yeah. It's on theme. It's on brand.
Also, just turn slightly to the left. You are now drilling into a wall.
どうだ面白いゲー
Oh,
ム
interesting. Your mullet looks like trash.
もう一度やってみろ何愚か者めが今度は貴様の合図を聞き出してくれろ
Hey, yo?
どうした
What's the matter? Weren't you
回
going
るんじゃ
to,
なかった
I'm sorry, but I feel like this is funny. One, can't spin. I also feel like nowadays it'd be like, what's the matter? Weren't you going to rearrange my insides?
のか
My arms!
Oh, yeah, no, spinning sounds like hell. Especially now that I know how the bones in your arm work. That sounds like a bad time.
The one thing I can never take seriously, though, with Kenshiro, which I love about this anime, but it always makes me funny, is the I'm sorry, that will make me laugh every time. But that's also because that makes me laugh in real martial arts too. When Bruce Lee did it, I'm like, I'm sorry, I know why you do it, but it is hilarious every time. I understand the reasoning for it. It is hilarious.
It kind of reminds me of the story I read that may or may not have been It reminds me of the story I read that may or may not have been true because it was on Tumblr years ago, so it's iffy at best. But basically there was this little girl who was taking fencing classes, and she won every single match because as soon as it started, she would just fucking scream at the top of her lungs, and the other opponent would back the fuck up in fear.
For one, it's an intimidation tactic for it, because yes, it is startling as hell to hear someone screaming at you like a banshee sometimes. But two, whenever you're, someone even points this out for like the defensive situation, whenever like you do like the yeah and everything else, the way you're doing your vocal cords and everything else, you're actually also tightening your muscles in case you get hit. You have a more tightened defense.
That's fair.
So literally, screaming and everything like that is good for part of a fight, namely if you're 1v1ing. If you're in certain situations, you don't want to be screaming like a banshee and everything else.
Fair. That's fair.
Though I now say that, and now I want to see more of that happening in MMA fights.
Look at this guy. He's fucking horrified.
Oh! No, this guy's horrified. This guy's concerned about what he's doing. This man's just worried. Fuck, is that my paycheck gone?
Yeah, is that my paycheck going down
This man's going.
toilet?
This man's just holding on Squid for this man's Squidward face goes, oh god, my paycheck gone. This one's like,
yeah.
Ooh.
Do
we have life insurance?
Oh my god, he's killing a man. The guy in the back is, oh god, I hope he doesn't come after me. Third guy, oh god, is that my paycheck?
Oh god, boss is dead. My paycheck. True or boxing, man. Look, I'm not gonna lie with the boxing one with MMA and everything else with the joke we just made. I would actually pay money now in the Jake Paul, which, by the way, remember, chat, if you aren't already in my Discord, you can go ahead and use the exclamation point Discord now to bring up the link. We will be on Friday doing a watch party with the live Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight, all Friday night and everything else. So feel free to stop by and everything else to watch the fight. And now saying this as well, with the, screaming like a banshee and everything else, and how it improves your fighting and intimidation and the defense, I would pay so much money for Mike Tyson to start doing that. Can you imagine Mike Tyson screaming like that, just the entire time he's throwing punches at someone?
I'm Mike Tyson for Encyclopedia Britannica.
Just like, first off, the man's already intimidating. That man starts screaming at you like everything else. Yeah, and just, oh my god, that would be yeah, it 100% would be. It would be fucking hilarious. Hell, I can imagine he's not just screaming, he's literally telling you what to do. Yeah, you might want to dodge left. Why? Because I'm about to swing right. But, yeah, back to one-sided fights from Dragon Ball, and remember, not all of them were Goku, not all of them were good. This,
The dough!
this also goes down to what some people would say some of the darker moments of Dragon Ball.
Oh no! Oh no!
It wasn't wrong!
Up in the world, no. Yep, I remember this fight. I had the box set.
No, what hurt me is my friend, who is a parent, Louis, said he was getting his kid into Dragon Ball, and said, especially because he had a daughter, he goes, this is the one fight he made sure his daughter closed her eyes at during the entire fight. And it's this is the one fight you're not allowed, because he goes until she got older, this is the one that he did not let her watch. And I'm like, look, I don't even blame you. It's not just because it's a girl getting beat up with it. This is one of the more brutal fights of all of Dragon Ball.
This is probably one of the most fucked up fights in all of Dragon Ball. Maybe the most fucked up fight in all of Dragon Ball.
Oh yeah.
Looks like I spoke too soon, folks. He's up.
So his look isn't the only thing that's changed, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even call it a fight. So, I mean, here's the thing. It 100% is a fight to start with. With how it looks, it starts looking like it's, Vidal's at least got him handled. It looks like it's an okay, possibly even fight. It's when it shows up later is why we said, no, this was one-sided. This was one-sided as hell.
Oh, it was one-sided. I gotta give you that. It was one-sided.
But Vidal's no vegetarian!
She's no vegetarian. She's dishing out that beef.
He's putting a ring on that finger if I have to do it myself.
Well, we know she's not a vegetarian because she doesn't go for a pure slaying. She only goes for a half slay.
Holy mackerel! From flat on his face to firm on his feet again!
And also, see, like, right here. We know for a fact Dragon Ball has not censored blood at this time. They have shown blood, then they're going to show blood later in this, how they show blood later in this fight. Spokovich's blood right now is purple for some reason. That, I feel like, should be a major indicator for stuff like this, because they almost only ever showed purple blood for villains and aliens.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. That's another one of those things where it's like, if I'm fighting somebody and they start bleeding purple, that's a problem.
I feel like that's, here's the thing, because in real life, I would even look at that and it's like, if they start bleeding purple, I'm going to be like, sir, do you have a medical condition? Are you okay? Should you be in this ring? At least it is in Chinese, censoring white again. Yeah, again, we had that joke about that, because one of my favorite jokes with that one. But,
hey, I'm covered in all this stuff. It's not mine. Don't worry.
It's over! You might want to be starting at 10 count, actually. He's still standing. And now he has more purple.
Come on, how much longer can he last? Yeah,
see, I interpreted that as just like the corruption from the Majin.
And that's how I feel what is the case.
Guy into a false sense of security.
Did we ever learn how they got those marks on their forehead?
It's Bobbity.
Bobbity, that's his fucking name.
Bobby unlocked their potential similar to what he does with Vegeta later.
It's been so long since I've seen the show. I had to sell the box set when I moved out of my old house. Well, I didn't sell it. I think I just got it installed.
And yeah, like, even right there with Fidel's lip, we see that she is bleeding normally. They have blood.
Are you saying he's not giving off any?
Nope, not a spark. Get your facts straight. There's no page for.
That's not.
And this is the part where it 100% gets proven that this was a one-sided fight, almost to the degree of Trunks versus Cell.
Yeah.
Where she breaks this man's neck. She 100% hits him so hard, no longer holding back, she accidentally breaks a man's neck. 100% Videl would be disqualified, removed from the tournament, and everything else, probably arrested. Due to unintentional manslaughter.
At the very least, she would be put under investigation.
Yeah.
Good.
But
then he doesn't go down.
Marin, don't look.
Oh no, he goes down. The problem is he doesn't stay down. I also love that Yamcha. Man, a little late to the party on that one. Kick's already happened, that man's on the ground. Marin's already gonna be traumatized when she found out what that was. You're just like, hold on, protect Krillin's kid.
This is truly a
You also might want to cover her ears
indeed.
because of what's being said out loud. But, no, he's getting back up. Oh, look, it's Zeus from Wrecking Ragnarok. Let me just fix that problem real fast. Who had a broken neck? Not me. You just dislocated it. I hate that actually could just have been a joke with that as well. Just like, oh my gosh, he broke his neck. No, no, no. You only dislocated it. How did you dislocate someone's neck? And now begins the one-siding.
I see Goku's point. She should bow out now while she can.
How come none of you are yelling that at her? How come the only one who tells her to give up is Gohan?
Oh no!
You know she's not gonna listen to him. How about all of you get involved and say, just throw in a towel. Toss her a towel, for God's sake. So the rules are clear. If someone dies, you're 100% removed from the tournament and nothing else to do with signing it is fair. Videl, when you got hit by that, it's the moment you should have bowed out. When he full-on fired a key blast at you, you get the hell out of that ring.
Don't be fooled.
Yeah, that's fair.
He won't risk being disqualified.
That's fair.
Also, yeah, I love that Vegeta points out, oh, don't worry, he won't kill her. He's not going to risk getting disqualified. But yeah, I hate how accurate it is, but that's also very ominous.
Think about it.
Yeah, no.
No one thought
thanks,
Spopovich had a
Vegeta. I don't
chance,
feel
but
better
somehow-
about that.
In fact, I feel worse.
I feel worse.
Yes, buddy.
And I think the only reason Spopovich was in this tournament, one for Bobby, is because, hey, you gotta look for powerful people and drain them. But it's 100% because, like, I want to get the run back with Hercule.
Whoa! Not cool! Oh, this is too much!
I'm done.
When he grabs her is also a moment where I'm like, see, now we've begun the levels of disrespect, which is another one that I would have to do in the future. Some of the most disrespectful fights of anime. I wouldn't even just say anime at that point. I'm going to say animation, because one of the first fights that comes to my mind with some of the most disrespectful fights, also that was one-sided, is the first fight of Slade versus Robin from Teen Titans. Because it's another situation similar to this, where Videl, ready to give up. She's just ready to hit the ground and just be wrung out. Spokovich grabbed her and tossed her back into the ring to keep it going. Slade,
I am not done with you yet.
yeah, I love that. Slade kicks Robin so hard he is falling off a building, grabs him by the shirt collar, and just tugs him back onto the roof. And he just goes, "Why did you save me?" He goes, "Save you? I'm not done with you. Just me." Robin, leave. Give up. Run. Do anything else. That is one of the most disrespectful things a man can do to you, and Wade Wilson about to put the absolute brakes on you.
He was definitely one of the most like
That
disturbing versions of
that version of
Deathstroke.
Deathstroke is probably the reason why there is so much good Deathstroke lately. That is the one that made Deathstroke, man. Stick figure fights, 100s, and has so many disrespectful fights. Yes.
Yeah, they do.
The stick figure fights get disrespectful. Vidal, turn around. Leave the ring.
Yeah, see, when you look at his face...
You were ready to give up already. Stop fighting back. Get out of the ring.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think she can move right now.
Oh no, she can. She walked towards him. And well, now she might not be able to.
Humanity, we get it. You're a big man. Cut it out already.
Remind me, by this point, had she started training Gohan yet?
Yes, that's why she was able to fly.
Oh, I missed that.
So the first time she almost gets knocked out of the ring, she uses her key to stop herself and hovers midway, which is why Goku says it would have been better if she had just rung out. And that's when the beatdown starts. And that's also why she doesn't choose to fly whenever he almost rings her out a second time.
Because at that point she's ready to fucking
Yeah, she's
go.
just like, okay, no, I need to stop while I'm ahead.
You need to stop.
Announcer,
Have a head.
pull her down.
Please. Normally I don't like to
Yeah,
interfere,
no, honestly,
but I
at this
agree
point,
with
the
Great
announcer should
Saiyaman.
just call the
Why
fucking
do you
Just
fight.
always have to be
concede.
so stubborn? This guy is a total maniac.
I'll tell you one thing, they didn't have any precedence for this yet.
Yeah.
After this match, they added a couple new rules to the tournament that say an announcer can and will call a fight.
Yeah.
At some point.
Time for the knee lift. Wait, no, don't.
He's a monster.
Oh, that is it. You're under arrest if you don't back
We're
up.
lucky Gohan's
Also,
gonna
I'm
have
sorry,
to
man.
Logan
He's not
Paul.
breaking any law right now. He can't be arrested.
No, he can't be arrested, but they at least
Gohan
need to be
really
able to
be agreeing with himself. Supreme kind of acting like a menace. That's the other thing I loved about this arc early on is they try to the way they introduce Shin is so weird because he gives off so many like evil vibes. Because like even the way like he acts with Piccolo, which is why Piccolo surrenders his match because he senses something is so wrong, and he's like getting gleeful about seeing the Super Saiyan and everything. It's like, what the hell is this man's problem? You're the Supreme Kai? Supreme what?
Enough spoke, bitch.
Oh yeah, that's right. They didn't know who he was yet.
Only
Just
Piccolo
win the
did.
damn match.
I forgot about that.
Okay.
Just
this
end
is
the
how they
damn match.
introduced that.
It's all right. I'll carry her.
Yeah, the only reason the match ended is because his
I owe
just as
you.
fucked up friend was like, bro,
Yeah.
stop fucking wasting time.
Bro,
Do
we
you have any
know what's
He's got
coming.
on
shit
you?
to do.
Sorry, this was all supposed to be.
Also, I love what happens with Krillin. Yeah, this is the end of the match, and he goes, hey, Krillin, you got any sensu beans with you? Dude, this was supposed to be a little fun and games little tournament. I didn't think we would need them.
Yeah, seriously.
Holy hell.
What I love about Dragon Ball Z is when you're a kid, you want to be Goku. When you're an adult, you want to be Krillin.
There's a lot of characters you choose that you want to be later on once it happens.
I mean, shit, I wouldn't even mind being Yamcha now.
Yeah.
In, like, modern shit. He's retired from his fighting. He's got a good career.
The only downside that Yamcha has is his love life. But it's also because Sparking Zero confirmed this.
Well, that wouldn't be any different than me right now.
Well, no. Here's the reason why his love life is also so trash. Is we know why him and Bulma fully broke up.
Oh?
So, remember the joke in Team 4-Star that the bastard was cheating on me and everyone thought that was just a Team 4-Star joke? That's real.
No.
Sparking Zero confirms it. Bulma quit on him because she found out he was cheating on her.
With who?
We don't know who, just some background bimbo and everything else. But I'm like,
damn.
Yamcha, my man, you scored the most intelligent woman on the planet who's also so goddamn rich and is the reason you stopped being afraid of women.
It's the reason you stopped being afraid of women.
Literally, he was afraid of women. That's why he never had a girlfriend. He was actually scared of women, didn't know how to talk to him, and they scared him. So,
see, shit like this is why it was a comedy anime.
So when he gets with Bulma at the end of the series, everyone's like, hell yeah, we're awesome. start of Z they break up, and just everyone, what happened?
What's the time skip between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z? Like, how many years is it?
I want to say 4 years, because Gohan is 4 years old when we first meet him.
So Goku was an adult by the end of Dragon Ball. Goku
was already an adult at the end of the series, because at the end of the series, he was about, I want to say, between 18 and 20.
Bet. Okay.
So, because that's how old he was whenever he fights Piccolo and whatnot. Yeah, we need a new villain to slap his bitch ass around and make him pay, only for Vegeta to show up, help beating Yamcha the way he remembers why he's a bitch.
And
yeah, that's the thing.
That one hard.
That is the thing. He fumbles so hard because he cheated on her, and then his life just goes either somewhat uphill and then downhill back again multiple times.
He has a roller coaster for the rest of his life after that.
And like the best example as well that happens with Yamcha, it's one of those ones where, man, we are surprised he's not dead, and why he immediately just gives and why he immediately gives up is the moment where he goes into Vegeta's gravity chamber and immediately turns on the 300% gravity.
I remember
and
that.
Doesn't instantly die. And someone goes, let's think about how Yamcha's thought process was. His current max gravity that he's ever dealt with was King Kai's planet, which was 10 times gravity, which you had to slowly work up to getting good at handling. Goku, on his trip to Namek, slowly leveled himself up to 100 times gravity. Vegeta has now slowly but surely leveled himself up to 300 times gravity. And you thought, hey, I'm going to take my 10 times gravity that I know I can handle and times that fucker by 30 and just immediately be okay. The fact you still didn't, the fact you still have organs is insane. The fact you were able to turn off the machine is a testament to the fact that, Yamcha has the reason to be alive. No normal earthly matter can now probably kill him, like
that's also
such as
why
gravity
he fucking
effects.
retired, is because he's like, if I keep pushing my luck, I'm gonna get fucked up at some point.
Well, think about it. Immediately after that, he got a hand thrusted through him by Dr. Gero. So he goes like, you know what? Yep, I am now aware that nothing on actual, just normal Earth can kill me. Only genetically engineered things or aliens can. I think I'm good.
Yeah.
Goku will handle this. I'm out. I'm done. I don't need to be here. 300 times gravity didn't instantly kill me. I'm okay. Whatever happens,
I'm not going to push my luck anymore.
Yeah. Whatever happens, Dragon Balls.
Yeah, Dragon Balls.
Funnily
enough, that's the same reason I stopped watching the show.
Yeah, this next fight, by the way, is hilarious, and because it's one of the ones where most of the fights in this one that involve the main character, just like One Punch Man, can easily be classified as, yeah, that was a one-sided fight.
Yeah.
But this one's also one of the ones that's the most satisfying of their fights.
Bet.
It's Overlord.
Oh God, Overlord.
It's Ainz versus
I've heard of
Clementine.
this. Oh, I've seen a few clips of this before. It's brutal.
Let me give you a hug.
Wow! You're one cocky bastard. You don't have a single martial arts skill.
I don't know much about Overlord. I know a little bit.
Clementine? Congrats!
Character gets isekai into the world on the last day of the game, because he's the last player that's still playing this massive MMO. Wakes up in the new world, and oh god, if y'all we're gonna start Overlord watch party in the future.
He got isekai'd into his video game world.
He got isekai'd not only into his video game world, but into his character that he made. And the thing is, his character is not even the strongest character in the game, because in his guild, and he talks about this in the later seasons, we see more of it, and he constantly talks about this. His guild had one of the number one across the game for so long for both rating and PvP. He was in the top guild of the game. People hated them because they played monster races as well. Everyone else was like playing like the humanoid, like okay races and everything else. Him and his friends that he made in the game all played monster races. They were the skeletons, the demons, everything else, because they wanted to have fun and play scary characters. His best friend in the game was the number one ranked PvP player in the entire game. And his name was Touch Me.
Oh my god.
And that wasn't like a joke with like, oh, he wants you to touch him. That was a command. That was him. That's even why he said, my name was for PvP players because he would beat them without taking damage. That was a thing of saying, no, my name is literally telling you, try to land a hit on me. Touch me. It is me. Good fucking God!
Damn, that disrespect.
And here's the thing. Ainz has actually stated there is no way in hell he could ever beat Touch Me in a fight. Because Touch Me built his character around being PvP. He built himself for combat. Ainz made a roleplay character. All of his skills, all of his abilities were to roleplay a character, and then those skills get translated into the series. He can't learn new skills, he can't level up or anything else, so he's at max level with all of his skills that he had from a roleplay account. Which is why even he admits, if Touch Me was in this world, there probably wouldn't be a world. No one would stop him whatsoever. No one can already stop Ainz. No thing in that planet could stop Touch Me.
Now I'm royally pissed off.
Are you going to keep raving or actually do something about it?
You know, you're right. We should finish things up here. Stride of wind. Greater evasion. Ability boost. Greater ability boost.
But yeah, knowing that people want to watch Overlord, oh yeah, once we're done with Gravity Falls and we're gonna start more watch parties. We'll do like Overlord, we'll do like OG Dragon Ball.
OG Dragon Ball would be fun since I've never finished it. Never finished Yu Yu Hakusho either. That might be fun.
Yu Yu Hakusho's anime is okay to finish. The manga I still feel bad for. It really fumbles its ending, but it's still a really good show.
Well, if I recall correctly, the thing about Yu Yu Hakusho is that the writer was obviously working for Shonen Jump at the time, and you get executive meddling in that situation.
Here's the thing, it wasn't executive meddling, it was they kind of wanted to push the series a little longer than he wanted it to go, but also he even said he really wanted to get started on Hunter x Hunter, and they said, we're not going to let you start on Hunter x Hunter until you are done with Yu Yu Hakusho.
Which, by the way, is my favorite anime of all time.
Yeah, and they go,
I fucking love Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, and they go like, well, we need one more arc out of you for Yu Yu Hakusho before we let you have Hunter x Hunter. Tonight more Gravity Falls upstream. Hell yeah. But, yeah, just 100%. He goes like, okay, I need one more arc. Rushes the arc.
Yeah.
Just give me a chapter limit, how long this arc needs to be at least. This many chapters. Makes the arc exactly that many chapters.
Hey, I respect it.
And I'm like, I'm not even upset with that. I'm only upset because you made a good concept for the arc. But then you realize, ah shit, I made too good of a concept, but now I don't know how to finish this to be satisfying. So what do? I introduce the arc as a tournament arc. Yusuke loses in the first round, wakes up from a coma, and then the rest of the arc is pretty much done.
Stop your squirming.
Damn.
Literally, it is one of the dumbest endings of all time, which is so unsatisfying, so everyone just recommends don't actually read the final arc. If you like Yu Yu Hakusho, stop reading the final arc.
That bad, huh?
Yeah. Also, I just love this. Ainz literally hugging a bitch to death because he doesn't have any skills of physical attacks or anything else. But his actual just raw strength stat is disgusting. Here, let me crack that back for you.
I could use one of those.
There you go.
Now, honestly, my back is fucked up.
No, 9 times out of 10, if it's a fight with Ainz, it is disrespectful as hell, and it's one-sided as fuck.
Well, of course it's disrespectful, Shameless. He's a gamer.
Well, it's not just gaming.
Isekai.
Well, it's not just gaming, because remember, he's a roleplay build. It's the fact that his build was to be a Lich King and everything else. It's like, hell, he points out in this moment where he kills 100,000 men in a split second.
Oh my God, I should have put more clips from fucking Slime into this watch
yeah.
party. We might need to do part 2 of this.
Oh, we can always do more things. So this is where he even points this out. If there was an action, this is one thing he's also testing is into the show. We find this out more. I don't want to spoil it for too many people because it is such a really good thing. One thing he's testing though is he wants to know if he was the only one who got isekai'd. So in the game, the people casting super tier magic like he is using are going to be the first ones get targeted by PvPers and everything else in raid groups because it has such a long cast time. However, it is insane damage. The fact that, and that's his test right now. It's like, I need to see if there's any other players in the countries, in the kingdoms, anywhere around me, because surely I can't be the only player that got put in this game. It's a spoiler, but we get more lore about this, and it's probably going to be explained in the movie that's coming up, because it's in one of the more recent light novels.
Is this anime good? Would you
It is
recommend
good.
it?
God, Overlord is good. It is beautiful animation, great storytelling and everything else. And the reason as well it's great storytelling, it's one of the few times we actually get to see a main character that is actually just the villain of the series again. But it's not like Code Geass or Light Yagami with Death Note where, okay, we're rooting to see the guy eventually die for some reason. And get what it has coming to him. Like, in, Code Geass' case, his whole plan literally is, I'm going to martyr myself. I'm going to make the entire world hate me and then make world peace because of that. It's, again, the whole reason why I say, I like Attack on Titan. I like a lot of aspects of Attack on Titan. The ending is just Code Geass, but I feel in a lesser note. Because the whole reason I say it's a lesser note, finding out about the whole time travel shenanigans of, like, the memory thing.
No, I'm shenanigans.
Is one of the ones where I go, it kind of hurts me a little bit in the end. It's like, so Eren planned this from the beginning, like an Aizen strategy, to guarantee that he can make sure that his friends become the heroes by making himself a martyr. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it, but it also it feels weird, man.
It feels weird because it ties back to the literally first panel of the show of the manga and the opening of the show again, which makes it go, are we in a time loop where this hasn't happened before, or is this a time loop where he admits this always was going to be the end result? Because if it's the former, okay, he finally figured out a plan that would work, but how many times has this failed? That's a lore implication I need to know about. Code Geass, there's no time travel shenanigans. It's just Lelouch was playing a correct game of chess. I need to move the right pieces to get the right people to hate me, and then I need the right thing to kill me to make everyone come together to actually love each other and make world peace. I need the correct resistance leaders alive. I need the correct members of my team still alive who would be willing to turn sides or give up. I need my best friend to do this. It's such a good tale of how it does it. Attack on Titan, really good stuff, really great moments. The ending, though, that just the fact that it involved time travel is the only reason I go like, I give it more of a 7 out of 10 versus like a 8 or 9 out of 10 for that ending. It's
That's
not
fair.
Where I'm like, it's not a bad ending though. Ending is still great and everything else. It's just the time travel aspect is right. I feel it's the only reason I would say remove that, perfect ending. Where we then find out like, somehow Eren wasn't being manipulated by his father and everything else. He came up with this plan by himself. It wasn't that he started manipulating his own father. But yeah, just it's like I'm gonna cast super tier magic, which has like a minute-long cast timer and everything else. When no one attacks him, he goes like, fuck it, I'll use the instant cast. A lot of people are about to die, but I feel nothing. That's the other part about why I like Overlord is when he gets isekai, one of the first things he notices is that he really doesn't feel bad for killing people. And he goes like, I wonder why that is. Normally, I feel like this would be morally gray. Is it because my alignment is evil and everything else, and I'm playing a, undead character, so I don't really have feelings? And that translates more and more to his character, where he's blending into his actual character.
Well, the interesting thing, if you want to get all philosophical about it, is you could say that he doesn't feel much attachment to a lot of these people that are dying because he remembers them from a video game world,
Well, that's the thing.
They're still just NPCs.
Well, that's the thing. None of the things that he are dealing with are NPCs from the game. He is. This has become an actual. This has become an actual living, breathing world now. None of the characters that you've met are actual characters in the game.
No, that's fair.
And that's where he goes like, it's still weird, but I feel like I should have an attachment to this because he has an attachment to the characters that he has made, the NPCs that him and his friends actually made. But anyone else in the world, nope.
It's actually funny that we're talking about Overlord now because this going back a little bit, the 7 Deadly Sins mobile game, they did an Overlord crossover.
Oh,
and I got the bug guy.
Nice, you got Cocytus.
I think that's his name. I don't know.
But
he's like an ice bug.
Yeah, that's Cocytus. Yeah. See, the other reason with with Grand Cross that I'm not too big into is I know for a fact we just got another slime collab, and
we're doing a slime collab in S7DS as well.
Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. That's Grand Cross. So literally, they're doing the Remaru LR, and they have literally announced, and like 2 weeks after this is going to be the JJK collab, and everyone's like, "Fuck! How am I supposed to save up for this shit? I want both."
I'm focusing on the slime one because
that's 100% understandable.
I just don't know anything about JJK. I've never seen it, so
it's an okay anime to watch. The ending is god awful. I will not recommend anyone to actually enjoy it for the story anymore.
Why do I feel like everybody keeps fumbling the endings. I feel like every
so many people are fumbling endings, which is why it's hilarious that JJK ended right after My Hero Academia, and 100% it has made My Hero Academia's ending shine so much better. Also,
that's
giant
awesome.
goat demon things.
さて、そろそろかな。
Cold one here.
喝采せよ。我が思考なる力に喝采せよ。
It's interesting how much this guy is committing to the bit of Heinz is his name? Question mark?
Ainz Algoln was his character's name.
Yes,
that he changed.
finally, I can make a video.
It's interesting because you would think that a person from our world, especially, would have a hard time adjusting to being literally an evil lich.
See, here's the thing. That's one reason as well I talk about this, where, yeah, that's adorable, and then the knights freak out at me. It is hilarious. No, my whole thing as well that gets into this is it's not the only isekai where we see like the main character comes back as a villain. The one with the girl that basically is just a World War II German but flying and everything else.
Tanya the Evil.
Yeah, Tanya the Evil is one where like I don't know what happened to this man before he got reincarnated into this little girl. But what the fuck? What the actual fuck is wrong with this man? You were just a businessman, and now you're committing war crimes.
I was going to say, if I recall correctly, he was a salaryman, which there's got to be a lot of pent-up shit in there. Like, years of working with stupid people have left me bitter and full of hatred.
Yeah, I'm just like, man, you adapted to your new role very quickly.
Yeah.
You embraced that life without hesitation.
I would have had to take a few years to adjust to being a little fucking girl.
But no, you said, no, I'm a little girl, let's join the military and everything else. Let's cause some problems. Another one-sided fight in Overlord, which hilariously this time, though, not involving Ainz. Or anyone from Ainz's army.
Interesting.
That's another one I point out this. Most of the fights in Overlord were one-sided, but most of the one-sided fights also somehow involved Ainz's people. But this is, a woman summoning a goblin army.
Hey, yo! I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
And the goblins she summons are amazing. Hello? Also, what happens to... Because what I love about this as well, they are supposed to have a defender who is actively not defending them right now that Ainz has sent. And they show up at the very end for one of the more dark moments of anime as well. And it's a werewolf girl. And she goes like, I could get involved, but I really don't care about these humans. As long as those two live, Ainz won't be mad at me, right? So as long as if they kill everyone else in the village, but not those two, I still did my job, right? That is her thought process. She is literally watching from the background. It's like, as long as I interfere with making sure those two don't die, I'm fine. And this is a callback to one of the first episodes where Ainz gives this girl a flute of summoning goblins. In the game, it only gives you like 1 or 2 little goblin minions. What it doesn't tell you is if you use it more than once, which the item has been used before, what it summons later. Which this woman summons an entire legion of goblins. Literally summons and creates a goblin army. And this was one of the only NPCs he has ever seen before.
Okay.
Because if you use it 3 times is when it works, and she has used it twice beforehand just to have some goblins around to help her with chores and hunting for the village. And he goes like, crap, alright, we need I need to sound the horn to, create more a morale boost for my friends. And then she summons a legion and Ainz watching from the, his orb. Didn't know the item could do that! Holy shit! Yeah, what in the world?
So much
Where the hell did the arm of the Goblin Army come from?
I'm the goblin strategist.
All hail the General Henry.
This isn't like a standard stereotypical goblin army too. These are like professionally trained goblins.
Oh no, it's an actual goblin army fully.
They have paladins. Yeah, they're a fucking
Here's the thing.
force.
It's not just. I was gonna say, it's the joke with it's not a stereotypical goblin army. No, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh goblin army. She whipped out the Yu-Gi-Oh archetype. She's playing the goblin archetype right now.
Well, I mean, considering that in Yu-Gi-Oh there's a flute of summoning dragon, and now you've got flute of summoning goblin.
Well, here's the thing. There's so many There's an actual goblin archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I know.
You have Goblin Bird, Goblin Ninjas, Goblin Zombie, Elite Goblin Attack Force, Goblin Attack Force, Super Goblin Attack. It's like, what happened? I summoned the goblins. The Assassin Squad.
I summoned my harem.
The Bodyguards, aka Red Caps.
Red Caps.
Yeah, one of the 13 Red Caps.
Oh god, save us from the Red Caps. Me remembering my excursions in D&D.
We lost against some mere goblins, and there's the werewolf girl. Hey look! More red caps! Because those ones seem to be the ones that we had the most fun with. Yeah, the fact that Ainz even goes, didn't know the item could do that, is so fucking funny. Just,
Damn, I should really inspect the items I'm giving to these people.
It's just one of those ones, I did not know it could do that. I'm not gonna lie with you on that one, Chief. Shit. This one is from Tut, which, again, I say this one I allow it to count. It's not exactly a fight, but it's still a one-sided competition of anime. And I'm also going to allow it to count because I just like the series. It's Initial D with one of the races.
Mission D. Oh my god, I forgot that show was a show.
Yeah. Wait,
I just remember the music.
I forgot that show was a show. I thought, no, the way that sounds makes me go, it's not even just the music. I'm imagining, it's like, I forgot that was a real anime. I thought that was just a, a music video thing that people would make and just redo to AMVs.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a band.
Yeah, I thought it was, just some, like, promotional material, like gorillas and everything else. That would actually be more hilarious. Oh.
信じられねえ本当に俺の初語かよ
結構やるぜ後ろの車まさかよくわかんねえけど8号じゃねえかさっき頂上で見た8号
This is really an 8.5? What the hell? How is he keeping up with us? None of this makes sense at all! This car should not be able to do this! Ah, my technicality. Yep.
I love it when animators make stupid faces on their fucking guys.
Again, older animes like this were always great with this.
何これ下りなのにちっとも加速してい
Man,
かない
won't slow right down the hill at all.
おまけにこのタイヤ信じらんねえちっとも食いつかねえ死ぬほど遅え
I just love this whole situation. Everyone else freaking out. Oh my god, he's going so fast as him. Man, this is slow as hell. No, not only that, but this has one of my favorite tropes for an anime that I talk about. When they start pumping out the really good music during a scene like this, you know, okay, we're about to get some hype stuff. So this goes into like the hype category as well. But it's just like one side, because, dude, he's not even using a good car. Isn't this where the Deja Vu song comes from? Yep, it is Initial D. It is
Deja Vu and Running in the 90s.
Running in the 90s, Night Fever, Deja Vu so much.
Like I said, I didn't know it was a show. I thought it was a music band.
Yeah, if you like literally like electrocore and everything else, for this, it is this. Yeah, all Europe is basically Initial D.
Yeah,
pretty much everything from it is from Initial D. Yeah, that just a one-sided race because the man is like, look, I'm more skilled than you, and I am actually using a car not for this at all, so sure, why not? Next, we have from Gundam.
You want to put me up against a mech in a swimsuit? Alright.
Like, look, it's a trap. They won't really think about it, and, you'll be distracted. This guy, this is a dream, right? I'm not actually killing people. No, you are. You 100% just killed a lot of guys. Oh, here's a good one that Mal posted as well from one of the newer ones. Fearin. This is one I need to sit down and fully watch. I've seen clips. I've seen a lot of fan-made material of this particular elf.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it. I approve of this. It was attacking earlier in that clip before the start point. They were complaining about wearing that, but their commander was telling them that his hormones will distract him. And literally the kid's like, this isn't real, right? Am I dreaming? Are they actually saying naked women at me? Which I also think, I feel like in the manga they would 100% actually have just been naked and not wearing anything at all.
GG easy.
GG no read. Like, technically that was a fight. That was something that happened. But she could have quit while she was she 100% should have. 100% should have.
Oh yeah, no. That's the downfall of usually most of these people. Again, at the first sign that I might possibly be outmatched, that's when I'm ducking out. Quit while you're ahead, dog.
You're not gonna be turned into a Cell Junior situation. Yeah, no. When it comes to the one-side fights for me, my one goes to this one. From this series, it goes to this fight. If the D&D suggestion allowed for such commands, all D&D parties would be evil because they would do that. Yeah, 100%. Just command word, kill you, Sith. I feel if nothing else, especially with how level Fearin is, I feel that is nothing. If nothing else, that would be a joke of a D&D party. That's just her word. That's just her version of power word kill. Because we never really see how power word kill always works. It changes via mage. That's her version, just power word kill. Just says the word die, and you just go like, well, time to kill myself. Just, oh crap, it's just like, what happened? Ah, fuck, it's the Gia, so over again.
Power word kill. Give it.
Alright, all I need to do is create an opening. Look, we don't care about these two fight. That one actually wasn't a one side, that one was this man struggled. No, what I need, no, the fight I'm interested in. Oh, no. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's like part 4. Like, it's a short fight because most of the fight was actually them. The other two fight. No, I'm specifically here for Fearin. Oh, that's a nice blood match you got going on in the background.
You know what would have been another good anime to submit clips for this?
Oh,
fuck, what's it called? Oh, it's gonna drive me fucking crazy. Oh, what's it called? Wait. I have a mobile game for it that'll at least tell me the name. Solo leveling.
Solo leveling is pretty good. I don't know if we've seen too many, like, absolutely just immediately one-side fights right now, plus there's only
they're
ones
not
that
usually...
come out. Also,
they're
but
not
yeah,
usually
just...
immediately one-sided because usually he's holding himself back.
Yeah. Shit. Bye.
And then he stops holding himself back because the game is literally telling him, alright, now you need to kill these people.
Yeah. Stop holding back,
like,
do it.
Yep.
Yeah. Just the way she casually handles that, man, is why it's such a one-side fight. We're gonna go with this AMV that Nat posted because they couldn't clip down the video in time because they had a Yu-Gi-Oh one, which there are some Yu-Gi-Oh ones that are just one-sided duels, which is hilarious. One of my favorite ones though is fucking Weevil versus Yugi's round 2. Because even the guy who said Killer Weevil have ever won this fight goes through the entire fight analysis. He goes, there is absolutely no chance. Weevil actually could have lost sooner. There was no way Weevil had a shred of a possibility of winning that one. This one, though, is not only did Alexis not have any chance of beating the man.
Okay, hang on. First of all, which series is this?
This is from Arc 5.
Arc 5. Okay,
Arc
I know
5, when they
nothing about Arc 5.
So Arc 5 is where we go into the situation where this is the one where they introduced pendulum summoning into the mechanic of the game, but also the storyline was because of the pendulum swings and everything else, and we still had access to the other extra deck summoning mechanics such as XZ's fusion synchro. What they did,
so unbalanced.
Well, here's the thing. So what they did was they introduced the fact that Arc 5 takes place over multiple different universes, 5 different universes, where we get to see what's happening. So we have like the Fusion universe, which was GX. We have the Synchro universe, which is 5Ds. Zexal had the XZs. Pendulum has its own universe, and then there's just the baseline universe. However, none of the official main characters, such as Jaden, Yugi, or anything else, come back in the show. But we do see some of the side characters like Alexa, Jack, and all them come back with different versions of their decks than what we saw in their original series. So a good example of this, where Alexis played a little bit of the Cyber Angels, but never really had a dedicated deck to them. Now she does. We see characters like Crow using different versions of the Black Wings. Jack has the best version of his deck in this version. Because they're using more of their like manga counterpart decks, because that's what the idea of these universes are more taking place in. Now, one of the most important things is the main character has different versions of himself in each of these universes. They are incantations of himself. This one is only one. This one is a villain, technically. Ooh. And it's the Fusion Universe one, and he is one of the most disrespectful duelists of all time.
So is that canon? All the main characters are basically different?
No.
Different...
They're not different incarnations of each other. They all are different people. It's just this specific main character, because of the lore, his own version of himself has been reincarnated / has different incantations of himself in the other universes, which all you know because they all have YU in their name. You have Yuya, Yuri, and so on and so forth. And Yuri in particular is an absolute menace, a jackass, and just disrespectful for all ways. Because the first premise of this duel, by the way, is he tells Alexis, I'm going to duel you, and I'm going to beat you using a structure deck. Pulls out a sealed structure deck, puts it, shuffles it, and puts it into his duel disc, and starts beating her ass. And she's using a full-on deck. But the other part about this is, then he points out, hey, he lied. He had faked sealed it. However, it was, for the longest time, the actual just basic structure deck that he's using, that he only modified by taking more versions of the structure deck, combining them together, and then changing the extra deck. So I'm like, this man didn't necessarily lie. He beat you with the actual structure deck, but changed up the side deck. He never fully lied. But I even point this out. Another good example of him that shows this off, of his disrespect. He fights 4 people at once. And tells them, he goes, I'm gonna even change the rules. I'm not gonna have as that much more HP. I'm gonna go with the classic HP that all of y'all will have.
Oh my God, Shameless! Do you remember the classic days of Yu-Gi-Oh when people started with 2,000 HP?
Well, that was only Duelist Kingdom and everything else because they had run times and everything else, which was still funny.
We used to think that was a lot.
We used to think that was a lot of HP. But
what if I had 2,000 HP in a modern duel? I would be barely hanging on.
It depends on your deck. Sometimes for a lot of current decks, HP is a resource nowadays. It's just like, I don't really need HP. As long as my graveyard's filled and everything else. But no, the man literally fights 4 duelists at once and beats them on the first turn. And he goes second. He goes, I'm going to let all of y'all go, and then I'm going to go, and he wins with... And I love how he goes, I want you to pick. Which duel do you want... Which deck do you wish for me to use against you? And he goes... And she goes, what are you talking about? I want this to be a fair match and everything else. Go ahead and use the deck you've pre-built. He goes, I thought you would say that, so I'm going to use the Honor Student deck. And yeah, see, this is the thing I like about this, because Alexis isn't really using a fusion deck, she's using a ritual deck. She's the only ritual character in the series and everything else using a pretty decent deck for ritual monsters and everything else, which is why it still hurts me they didn't have a ritual fucking universe. It's one of the few archetypes of monsters that has been around since OG Yu-Gi-Oh! That just gets slept on sometimes, which I hate and love because I understand the mechanic reasons why. There have been very few good ritual decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! However, the ones that have been good have been disgustingly meta. One of the few times that we got one of the first ever, and this actually was confirmed, the first ever Tier 0 deck where everyone was using the deck was a ritual deck when they introduced Necros, which was literally at the start of Arc 5. Also, I love, by the way, this man trolls her so hard by pretending he doesn't know how to work the deck. 100% knows how to work the deck, because Ancient Gears is one of the most go-to decks for so many players in this universe he's from. But also,
he doesn't know how to work the deck.
It's because most players don't have to announce what their cards actively do at the start. Because you also can't walk over, pick up a person's card, and read what it does. Is why you have stuff like this, where she goes, alright, well, I activate my monster effect, which means I can negate the attack and redirect it to something else. He goes like, well, my monster actually has the effect, which is real in the real card. You cannot activate any card effect until the end of the damage step. Also, if this attacks a defense position monster, it deals piercing. Where they do, the plot just says it must look cool, the hero must win or lose in part 1, where some weird shadow guffs. Yeah, pretty much. More damage! Oh look, you only have 1,000 life points left! Also, what I love about this, that they point unrelated use the Jake Paul versus Mike fight might be in jeopardy. Oh no!
Oh,
I'll have to ask why. But yeah, I love, by the way, Alexis' whole reason that she still has polymerization and fusion in her deck is because while she won't use it, is for this combo where she uses a spell that says, if I discard this card is no longer allowed to be used for the rest of the duel. Also, check my opponent's deck. If they have any cards that use the word fusion in them, banish 3 of them, dealing 300 points of damage for every card that was removed this way. The quick play spell, Super Fusion. Wait, that card shouldn't be in the deck. You're right, it shouldn't. Because I put it there. You didn't think I'd actually use the deck without knowing what cards were in there, did you? Oh, by the way, this is also was in my hand from the start of the duel, so that's why you couldn't banish it from my deck, which would have actually cost me the duel. All Ancient Gears, where once it makes an attack, you may not activate an effect until the end of the damage step. Just 100% disrespectful for this. Oh, Tut's got one that was an animation one for, not sure if this really counts for as a fight, but, I do agree this monster is a jackass. Hi, Rajang! Versus the Kyrian for a one-sided fight. Which, yeah, one-sided as hell when you can just rip up a Kyrian's horn like that.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't lie, though, the Kyrian is probably one of my favorite monsters, but that's also just I really like electricity powers.
No way.
Fair.
No way, it survived. Not only did it survive, it's eating the horn. Oh no, it's gotten stronger. Look out, it's a Super Rajang. And like that, Handler dies. Excuse me.
Fight.
Hey, okay, kid? Hit a detour along the way, but it looks like I made it just in time. Never imagined we'd come face to face with that big ape.
Partner, I'll help the Admiral. Give us some time to escape.
Can do! Because, yeah, this is the Rajing thing. Hey, look! It's Vegeta for Sparky's. Bro, you're not supposed to fight the Pegasus! Let's see. Yeah, you do skip those since they're from the games. I might still look at them. 100% Mike needs this fight. Financially speaking, yes. Let's see here. Rajing is like Dragon Ball Super Broly Furious with Rajing. Furious Rajing is like Z Broly. That ain't wrong. Alright, our next one from Animations that Tut submitted is from MechWarrior 5, which I know nothing about.
Alright. Well, let's see what we got.
Galaxy Command, my unit is taking fire. Turning to engage.
Next star, Captain. Withdraw from the area immediately.
This cannot go unpunished.
It will not. These spheroids will soon get what they deserve. Now disengage and fall back. Do not make me repeat myself.
Understood, Galaxy Command.
I was gonna say it's assuming he can just walk away. I don't know many enemies that are just gonna let you retreat like that, just walking forward. Especially in a mech battle. No, look, I'm sorry. If I'm on their team, they're retreating. No, look at that. They're pulling out for some reason.
Yeah, you're pulling out.
That is a situation where you need to be, suspicious. They're retreating. We've barely done anything. Yeah, that's a concern. Get to bunkers. Get to safety. Leave planet. Do something.
Yeah, honestly, you make a good point. What the hell is going on? That's Why did they pull us back? That's kind of a red flag.
Under attack? Not sure. Get through the window.
Ground forces clear of designated area. Awaiting orders.
Receive, Star Colonel. All ground forces hold on station.
They only breed no pulling out unless they pay to be picked.
Open fire and destroy them.
Hold on, Exterminatus.
All targets destroyed. Skies are clear.
Galaxy Commander? Awaiting orders.
End them.
Fire everything.
Oh no, he's pulling a Star Wars. More! More! Fire everything. Oh no, he took a page out of Warhammer's book. Look, I'm gonna be fair, y'all standing out there, you would have seen the ships that already got hit once. Get to shelter. But nah, y'all had to stand outside and watch the nukes from live action. Ah, crap. Well, the guy who was staring the multiple people staring at the window like that. Congratulations, you are now blind. Welcome to speedrunning how to get blind. Second only to literally doing welding stuff and just taking off your visor
Mask.
for a moment. For context, the ship guys are roughly 500 years ahead in technology, but held back to be honorable until they got annoyed. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Damn.
We're gonna let you understand that we can, we're gonna let you have an honorable one-on-one. Sir, they are somehow slightly winning. Nuke them.
It's like, you know what it is, Shameless? It's like when you have the one Pokemon that you're trying to train up and then it gets beaten by the wild Pokemon, so you let out your level 100 starter out of frustration.
You say that, but it wasn't level 100, but that actually happened to me for one thing. I've talked
It happens a lot.
Well, no, I talked about this because this is my first ever successful Nuzlocke run that I have ever done. It was on a pure Fire Red run, no randomizer or anything else, no hacks, just pure Fire Red. I get to the last Ace Trainer in Victory Road with a Pokemon that has been helping me since Misty's fight, which was a Vileplume.
Oh no.
Because it was an Oddish that I had, because every other water type or electric type that I have had fainted before Misty's fight, because I was playing stupid. And I get to the part where I have a Vileplume named Rick James, that is an absolute menace. And the last Ace Trainer in Victory Road uses nothing but water types. And I'm out here, and I'm like, okay, all I have to do is get to literally the end of Victory Road, and then I can start my actual, last little bit of training, because I can fly back to this area to handle the Elite Four. And what happens is the first Pokemon he sends out, I handle with Vileplume. It's the second Pokemon, because he's got a team of 6 all water types. The second one is a Kingler. It outspeeds my Vileplume. I'm like, okay, it's fine. I've got Mega Drain and everything else. I'm going to one-shot this thing. It used Guillotine.
Oh.
And then it hit.
No.
It one-shot my Pokemon with a 30% chance to hit. And I'm just staring at it. In abject, just watching the 0 HP and looking at the screen that says, swap to your next Pokemon. And I'm just looking at Rick, no. Rick James, you were literally making bitches out of everyone. He was literally my plan for the first member of the Elite Four who uses nothing but Ice type and Water types. But most of the Pokemon in fucking Gen 1 were Ice Water, so they never had a weakness to, they still have their weakness to water, to grass moves. So fucking Rick James is about to just go off on this bitch. He's about to suck her dry. And he dies. And I'm looking at him I have one Pokemon right now that I know not only will not ever be allowed to be hit by Guillotine because it's over the level of this man's entire team, but its stat line is so disgusting because I don't use normal legendaries in my games, and you can't catch a normal legendary in Fire Red until you get to Mewtwo, outside of the Zapdos, the 3 birds.
Mm-hmm.
But I had something better than just a legendary. I had a pseudo. Because I sent out motherfucking Dragonites with Shockwave, which is a cannot miss move, with insane power scaling on a special attacking Dragonite. I slaughtered that Ace Trainer, came back multiple times with a Versus Seeker personally to kill him again with Dragonite to make sure that motherfucker understood what happened to my goddamn Vileplume. That hurt me so badly. I never cared for Oddish. Oddish is a Pokemon I never thought I would care about. That Nuzlocke made me like Oddish and like Vileplume. And everyone's like, I love this Pokemon. It's a little fun guy. And you murdered it. You murdered my Rick James. You're going to die for this repeatedly. I will now be farming you.
Damn.
You activated your death card.
You activated your death card.
All right, next from Gundam. With one of the absolute funniest moments as well for the dubbings and everything else. I think the series just went wild with this one.
What? You may have those silver feet, but I've got these gold fingers!
Hey, yo, pause. I've got golden fingers. Yo, pause. Ayo.
Hey, yo.
Here I go! Shining
Burning Gundam is so good. G Gundam is it's a trip.
Article 1 of the Gundam Fight International Regulations. A unit whose head section has been destroyed is disqualified. I'm not done. I got something I've been meaning to ask you. What's going on? Do you know this man? Never seen him.
Sucks for you.
I don't. I've never seen that guy before in my life. I see. It's time for you to review Article 2 of the Gundam Fight International Regulations. A pilot must never aim at the cockpit of an opponent's Gundam.
One of my favorites, and also of all the Gundams based on the best side. Oh, 100%.
At least you didn't lose your life. I spared you.
I have only the
Chariot.
vaguest memories of watching a Gundam show in my youth.
Here, the reason I also like G Gundam so much is, again, I'm a Dragon Ball fan, and I have actually pointed this out to people who never caught on to it, but the games did this really weird thing, and then it also translates later on into the show as well. We already know that Trunks was based off, like, John Carter and everything else. Like, he was supposed to be, you know, a playoff of Terminator and everything else, because that's also what Android 16 was. It's also the fact that all of Trunks' moves are based off of Gundam. Specifically G Gundam as well. Because that's why he has the burning attack, the shining attacks, he has the buster cannons and everything else. All of his fucking moves are a callback to Gundam. And I'm just like, I love and hate that, because Trunks does feel like a guy who would be... Yes, that is the thing. Trunks' moves, all of his attacks are based off of Gundam. That's why he has the Buster Cannon, for the literal Buster Cannons of Gundam. He has the Shining Slash and everything else. He has the Burning Attack, because it's all a playback to fucking G Gundam. That is the biggest joke, is that Trunks' moveset is because the man also looks like he should be a pilot for a Gundam. That is a bit of lore trivia I love telling people that they don't know about that, because it... And I only discovered that when I was like 10, because of the Budokai games. Like, man, this man has a lot of weird named moves. Like, why are they all based off of, like, fire or anything else, or shining? Like, they don't seem to fit. And then I look at Gundam. Wait a minute, I know what happened here. I see the connection. I see what happened. Trunks is a Gundam fan. That is all that happened.
Lol. I love it when animes make references.
That's it.
Great.
Yeah, I love when they make references, and it's also, I love it because it is a statement that Toriyama has himself said he loved mecha animes and stuff like that. He actually did love the Gundam series, so like throwing a subtle nod with that with Trunks is hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Also, Vermilion posting this for a one-sided fight, Joseph Joestar versus Strauss, the first fight of Part 2. And I will say this, Part 2 is still my favorite of all JoJo's. Part 2 is by far my favorite part of all of JoJo's. Joseph Joestar is my favorite Joestar.
I love the voice actor for that JoJo.
Yes.
Fun fact, he was also the voice of Number 1 in Codename Kids Next Door.
Yep.
Which which was my shit growing up. So.
Huh?
Oh.
はて、どこかで見たことがあるような、ないような。あんた、以前どっかで会ったことないかな。ねえ、なんでこんなに寒いのに白い息。
I'll also point this out. This is a great submission for the one-side fight. I feel the other one is literally Joseph versus the first member of like the fucking Pillar Men, because of how much he just literally is outsmarting him. Because, oh no, I know you would try to outsmart me, so I outsmarted your outsmarting. What?
Yeah, that was a great fight.
Yeah, great fight, but also the fact that he actually does admit that that was his plan. It's like, I outsmarted your outsmarting. That was a line you said.
街中だろうが構わん。ジョジョ、お前の命をもらう。才能が目覚めんうちにな。はあ、そうかい。
Oh, you think? Pulls up the Tommy. What I love about this part as well, Joseph knows this will do actually nothing, but still does this for the fake out. It is just to buy himself time, and I love this. Pulls out a whole-ass Tommy gun.
ストレイツを来るのを待ってたぜ。この程度で貴様が死ぬとは思わねえが、スピードワゴンじいさんの仇宣戦布告だぜ。
That was the Speedwagon.
You know what's bad? You know my Zeppelin joke and everything else, and my Ozzy Osbourne joke in D&D is because of Speedwagon.
Oh my god.
Like, literally, when I wanted to make a character like Speedwagon, so I introduced Leo, and I'm like, how do I do this perfectly? Hi, my name is Leonardo Zeppelin. Most fans just call me Leo, and just me. It's fucking Led Zeppelin. I love it. It's the best way you could do it without just being on the nose like Zeppelin, with, like Speedwagon. And then the Ozzy one happens. Because I love that so many people got upset about this, but then you have the guy who was literally named after Ponograph going, dude, look, I'm a JoJo character. I'm like, I love that this man fully not only loves it, but is a fan because of that.
I'm an anime.
I'm an anime. The only one that has been as good for that, by the way, was the captain of one of the ships, because it was the anime, like, waifu ships and everything else, where all the battleships were actual, like, anime girls and everything else. The captain of the ship, when they said, by the way, your ship's in this, and, you know, your ship is now a anime character and everything else, and it's a female. And his only question was, do I have the biggest tits? That was his actual answer. Goes, do I have the biggest tits? Yes. Good job. Just him, damn right.
Damn right. The thing about him is that he, like, seems
it
like
was
a
mirror?
He seems like a dipshit, but he's actually, like, incredibly tactical.
Well, that's the thing. It's why I say he's one of my. He's another reason why I love the characters like this, because he is 100%. He's cocky, but he's cocky because. Take a look at the grenade you just knocked off. And then part 2 is still so good, because I love... This is also one of my favorite jokes that Joseph does. It's the whole lake comments. Been blown to bits and are still recovering, yes? And now I'll use my legs, which are still perfectly fine. You're gonna use your legs to what?
Legs. Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna use your legs for? To hot tail it the fuck out of here. Let's go, Smokey! Woo! I love, by the way, it's like, oh, he's acting like a coward. No, he's getting away from the civilians. He doesn't want casualty. I'm not gonna lie. Again, if you somehow develop powers for this and you have to become a hero, that would be my motif. I will go full Goku and everything else. I will go full shonen anime protagonist. I'm dragging you to wastelands and everything else because I am not getting responsible for structural damages.
No, that's fair.
I am not pulling an Iron Man. I don't got that kind of budget.
The fucking world they live in, that's completely fair.
Like, I love that the only reason that Iron Man never moves fights out of the city is because he has told everyone his name. So he just goes like, hey, if I cause structural damage, I'll pay for it afterwards. I've got the money. Just me. You do, I know. Fuck you, Tony. I need a secret identity. I'm gonna be doing this shit.
やったわ特ダネよラッキー女性記者としてのデビューよサク
チベットの破門法の後継者ともあろうお方がそんな女の子にむごいことするのかい
Damn. That's one for teeth.
この野郎本当に引っこ抜き
Redirection. Should use both, man.
We do a lot of yapping as well. We're yappers on this stream.
Yeah. Yeah, I just loved that whole thing. It's like, yes, he was in control that whole time, and I just love it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thought that wasn't until Friday. So I had to move it, Cowboy, because that's one reason I kept changing it on the announcement, because of the fact that Sammy was going to be joining us for this.
Yo!
And everything else, because of the fact that they are going to be moving on Friday.
Yeah.
Joseph really just used magic cylinders, 100%. Not gonna lie, by the way, this next one that Cowboy submitted was one that was going to be on my list as well to talk about. Just because, look, I love this because again, it's side characters doing the one.
Yes. Oh my God, Slime is so fucking good.
Oh my God, Rimuru has some good one-side fights, but it's so nice to see the one-sided fights that come from the actual background characters too.
Mm-hmm. Even the goofy ones.
Yeah, and Mr. Big Pig Guy is probably one of the best for this. Because,
oh yeah,
man, these shit talkers got what they had coming to them.
Oh yeah, no, that's why I love. That's one of the reasons I love Slime so much. You remember what I was talking about? How I love watching arrogant characters get the fuck down. Slime is a great anime to have. Also, apparently I'm Diablo. Just straight up.
What was that?
Apparently I'm Diablo in this anime. If you do a tag yourself,
I've been called the same, so that's understandable.
You've been called Diablo?
Yes.
Diablo's a sub with puppy energy.
Here's the thing, he's a sub with puppy energy, but it's also the fact it's like why? Look, the butler aspect and everything else, and just the sheer aura he can also give off. It's like, oh, I see. So I'm Diablo when he gets serious is what happens.
Fair.
It's
That's
like
fair.
The rest of the time, nah, he's a submissive little Bob who wants to please Rimuru and everything else.
Yeah, he's a subby little puppy boy.
Because I'm like, it's like I've been called him. It's like I've been referred to him, but never Benimaru, which I always find funny.
That's interesting because you do kind of strike me more as a Benimaru.
That's I feel is also because of the Bond energy.
That might be fair. Yeah.
You should have just turned tail and run. I don't know which one of these disrespects I like more. The guy who is literally, being on his ass because immortality, or the old man.
The old man is
like,
great.
I'm
I
sorry,
love him.
kid, you're approaching an old man in a shonen. Get away.
Yeah.
You two are Diablo, just different sides of the same coin. Fair enough, Scarlet. I don't know, Cowboy. I have to just watch enough of, I have to watch more Slime to actually tell who I think certain people are for the characters.
Do the fusion dance and that's how you get Diablo.
Well, so this old famous hero just our swords. Okay. I'll fight you with just my swords. What? I deflected your attack. Weave.
These guys get beaten down so hard that by the end I feel bad for them.
What? Hey, where's my head?
This is what you
Sorry,
fucking
buddy.
get, like, for
you
not
don't
having
mess
a fucking...
with the old man. You never mess with the old man. This guy, I will at least say, you went for the tank, and your power made you think you had a chance here. Issue is, again, immortality is a double-edged sword and kind of a bitch. if you don't know what you're doing with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know what they were expecting though, because the first time they fought these guys, they literally had a fucking suppression field.
I know.
What the fuck do you think is gonna happen when that's not active anymore?
Here's the thing. I wasn't like they also beat them like no problem was why.
Yeah, no,
that's
because
the
of the
thing.
suppression field, that was another one-sided fight just on the other end.
That's where I feel like it's also
the suppression.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like they're like, well, this time they're not suppressed, but how strong could they have really have been is the problem. It's the arrogance of it. Because of how he handled them last time. You know, your ability to strengthen your body is pretty good. Ah, here's your friend, man. Oh shit, nope, I'm out, I'm out! Hey. Hey, what's going on? Also, man, this guy really has no honor whatsoever to say, hey, I need you to die real fast, because
This guy is a piece of shit. Like, I felt sorry for the
I want to live, so I acquired the survivor skill.
Yeah.
So I've got Berserker and Survivor now. I'll live no matter what. Good.
Congratulations, you've prolonged your pain.
I'll regenerate instantaneously. Ooh. Thanks, I wanted a human punching bag.
Really?
Please, no, don't. I don't want to. No, God, they're biting my dick. That's right, you bury her. That's all he can do when he runs away. No. He's like, alright, well, you make me chase you. Come on. Why are you screaming so much? You regenerate instantaneously, right? It was a joke, man. He still tries to run away. Oh, you were the only one to survive.
Everything about this arc was so satisfying to me.
We will withdraw for now. No, you won't. What?
An asshole rich guy got what he deserved. A bunch of asshole shit talkers got what they deserved. Wonderful.
Yeah.
That's a different kind of fan service.
You've angered the one person whose rage you should fear the most. Not only was it, one-sided with that fight, yeah, the Rimuru aftermath was like, oh, come on, what do we have to fear? You've made a Demon King.
You've made a Demon King. Yeah,
oh.
I mean, that's pretty much it.
Just
That's
them.
the gist of it.
Oh. Yeah, now we have your, one.
Oh, yeah, the other Escanor fight.
Escanor versus Galen.
Although, I don't know if it's really fair to call it a fight, to be honest
with you. It's still technically a fight. Especially going off the rules that Galen put.
It's really interesting, because that fight was... Escanor took a hit and was down till sunrise.
Which, by the way, didn't break the rule, because it was never an official hit. Galen just pats him on the back too hard, and next thing you know, Escanor's unconscious.
That's true, actually, yeah.
Because that's the whole reason that Galen didn't just hit it, because I love how people ask, why didn't Galen just kill him in his unconscious state? Then
because if he did that, he would have turned to stone.
It wasn't his turn yet.
I'll kill you all immediately. The rules are simple. It's a one-on-one fight to the death. We take turns delivering one strike apiece. Whoever dies first loses.
I love the character designs in this anime as well. It's got to be said. It's got to be said. The character designs are so good. And the armor designs of the Holy Knights are really cool, too.
Oh, yeah. And it's also, again, why I like with this as well, the introduction of Escanor is such a good scene because it's overpowered done right, because Galen is the weakest of the commandments that we've been told of. He's also
currently the strongest creature in the world we've seen.
Yeah, he's currently the strongest thing we've seen. And we were told he's the weakest of all the 10 commandments, because he is steamrolled over everyone. Gets introduced to Escanor, and then this happens. And this is right after he
vow, and you'll be turned to stone by the curse of the commandment of truth. Needless to say, the same applies to me.
Fucking Merlin is stone. So she's basically an orb right now. It's like, what happened? Mollusca and them are both drunk.
I thought I just tapped him lightly on the shoulder.
You did.
I love
What
this
an
little guy. Look at him.
gorgeous
Oh,
looking
this little
battle
guy.
axe
I'm
you
gonna
have
live
here.
if we
Look at
survive
this
this.
little guy.
Hey,
It's
shit.
heavy. For a two-handed axe, the hilt is way too
I love
short.
this little nod too.
Yeah.
This little
A two-handed axe's handle's way too short, and then just yoink. Which I want to point out, not only does he yoink it, it's so weird how he yoinks it, because
sacred treasure.
Immediately it's in the handle's in his hand. It's like, man, you just grab that, just went, nah, let me put it in the correct hand.
Rita, a battle axe adored by the sun, bearing the name of a maiden. A mere demon who writhes around in the shadow of darkness isn't worthy of touching it.
Can you believe the mouth on this guy?
A shame. You two are as unlucky as you are foolish, since you've come all the way to this remote tavern only to forfeit your pathetic lie.
Also, I know some people don't care for the dub. I like the dub of Seven Deadly Sins as well. What will always trip me up, though, is every time I hear Mollusca, because I'm a fan of the other series that I know that voice actress in, all I hear is Rin. All I hear is Tobsaka.
Are you really the same barkeep? You're acting completely different than you did before. Hey, you're not a human, are you?
I am a human, but I'm also the one who stands at the pinnacle of all races.
Galen, your commandment is the commandment of truth. If a person can say it and they fully believe it as the truth, that is how your commandment works. That's how people who have memory loss but have met you can get away with saying they've never met you before.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be fair, though. This man did not turn to stone. And he just said as a human, he stands above all other races. Get the fuck out of there.
I'm one of the seven deadly sins.
That arrogance is
pride,
on levels of
and my
Vegeta.
name is Lion Sin Escanor.
Pretty bold of you to claim that you're the one who stands at the pinnacle of all race.
He didn't claim it. He
You
said
are, without
that
a
and didn't
doubt,
turn
the
to stone,
cockiest
man.
human I've ever met.
And that is the sin of pride.
By the way, I love this part because he hits him so hard. One, Galen absolutely, sobers up from the hit. But you hit someone so hard, your buddy in the background sobers up instantaneously. Just Mollusca. Oh god, adrenaline rush.
But it'll take a lot more than that to kill us. Not killing me with that first blow will be the last mistake you ever make.
This is also just why it's so beautiful, is the fact that we know that Galen reveals that he's had a stronger power.
I mean, he hasn't had to use it yet. He's been rolling everybody. And then bada bing, bada boom.
Galen's power level is now 10 times stronger than it was originally. This man just pulled an Ozaru. So.
Seriously, that
That's
was
all
the
you did?
absolute best you could do?
Bro, it's barely in my
Let's
arm.
keep this up to the end.
Fine then. It's my turn, right?
Impossible! Impossible!
I love the visuals for Escanor. Like, they really know how to cinematography this guy. You know what I
and
mean?
then he just turns around and goes, nope, instant stone. It's just him.
And then this is what I was complaining about. They cut out the fucking clip.
Yeah, it is
where
him.
Galen turns to stone.
Yeah, and it's him. Huh. I mean, it's understandable to be scared of me, but damn. Because what's also bad about that, it also doesn't include the next part about, because it's a one-side fight for all of it. Because then just Mollusca, that was kind of neat. Eats your soul. Him. So, did you know I'm from Louisiana? Why'd you... Oh,
Yeah.
God, it burns! Yeah, I got that Cajun in me. Fucking soul so goddamn hot, it literally is burning her from the inside out. Is he okay? Oh, God, I swallowed lava. Spits him back out, and he just gets back up. What? I thought you wanted to bore me. Come on, let's go. Speaking of Trunks and everything else.
Bro just looks at her like, alright, you spit me back up, now it's your turn.
No, woman, get back here. Unlike you, I'm gonna swallow.
And when you find them, show no
Frieza versus Trunks.
Oh,
and also, not
classic.
just that, Trunks versus King Cold too. One-sided as hell, and also just disrespect. Man,
This is classic right here, though.
this is one of the few times that every Dragon Ball Z fan can look at Trunks and goes, man, they did our dog dirty later on.
Yeah.
The one time he got to be badass as hell, it's like, cool, we introduced Trunks. What happens next? Here's the history of Trunks spinoff. Man, he has been through some shit. But, hey, he came out stronger, but this is what he dealt with just before Frieza, so he's got this. He would never have anything ever again. Except for one epilogue where he gets to handle 17, 18, and Cell basically nonchalantly, and then all of Super and Heroes would happen to ruin him.
Aww.
And I feel so bad for that. It's like, man, Trunks, you just kept catching you could not catch a break, because literally, Heroes, Xenoverse, everything is just like, so 90% of what's happening is Trunks' fault, and he can't handle the problem himself, so gotta get Goku.
I gotta take a super quick bio break. I will be right back.
Alright, we'll pause for here real fast. Whenever you get back, we will continue. I will actually refill my water as well real fast. And when we come back, we'll handle the Trunks fight. But yeah, I feel so bad for that, Chad. You have to agree. I feel so bad for Trunks.
I return. Oh shit, do I gotta keep the chat entertained? Oh no, so much pressure.
I'm back. Just had to grab my water. Yeah.
No worries, dog.
Yeah. Alright.
So you must be Frieza.
Well,
you must be Frieza.
Now I'm going to destroy you.
You don't know what you're up against, boy.
I'm going to finish you once and for all.
Fighting a pitiful young punk like you isn't even worth my time.
You
You're finished,
literally just
Frieza.
watched him turn a bunch of your squad members into a group of limbs.
Idle talk. Foot soldier!
Foot soldier?
Of that I've ever heard.
This little rodent.
You don't stand a chance against me.
Shit, battle level 5, ain't nobody got time for that.
I hope you said your goodbyes.
5. Disrespect.
Look, I'm sorry, but even Frieza should have warned the soldiers. I know why they didn't. But it's like, you know for a fact that people can hide their power levels. If you see a power level of 5, stop giving them scouters at that point.
Yeah, at that point.
Case of the sense energy. Even to
at that
this
point, there's really no excuse.
even to this day, we see that Frieza's soldiers are still using scouters. The only reason you should have a scouter at this point is for its radio function.
Honestly?
And acting like a dragon radar. It should never be used for power leveling.
Yeah. I agree.
Frieza!
Lord Frieza.
The fuck? He wasn't a coward. The man just stood there like, huh, how did I live through all that?
Guys, hey!
Hey, you not getting that Spidey sense?
No, guys, it's not too late. We can still turn around and go home if we want.
Incredible. I've never sensed anything like this before.
Also, good God, early Vegeta voice Sabat.
He is at that.
Know your enemy.
Well before he discovered what his voice was gonna be like. That's also so weird. Going back and hearing some of the older versions of
but I'm canceling
of Dragon Ball Z and hearing Vegeta's voice changing as Sabat's like, the fuck am I gonna do for this voice? But Piccolo's constant the same, no matter what. It's just his normal voice.
Finally agree on something, don't you think?
Enough kidding around.
Huh?
Frieza, you didn't know, but you're handling the drink.
Understood who I really am. You're about to find out what it's like to fight a real Super Saiyan.
Real Super Saiyan? The greeting.
It might be my dad.
You think?
Who else would try to take on Frieza alone?
I don't
Vegeta's right there. Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta are right there.
So this is a Super Saiyan.
They have both actually handled Frieza 1v1 for a while, until certain forms had to come out. What the hell do you mean? Who would ever dare take on Frieza alone?
No.
Everything was his hands horribly, he still had Mercy? Yeah.
What if Goku actually is over there? And what if he needs our help right now while we're all just sitting here doing absolutely nothing?
Look, anyone who wants to be a voice actor as well in the future, take care of yourself.
also,
Don't
then
pull a
what this
Sean
girl can
Schemmel or
boys better
Vegeta,
watch out.
and when I or Chris Sabat, and what I mean by that is not in an insult matter. I mean, think about your health, because good God, like Sean pointing out that the fact that the number of times he has fainted in the booth or torn
really
something
hope
because
that's
of
not
the
the best
Super
you
Saiyan
can
like
do.
4 scream.
'Cause if it is,
Bro,
you better give
stop!
up
You
now.
don't have to go that hard. You don't go that hard in the sub. You are okay. Think about your health.
What the?
Hey, what's going on?
Hell, it's like one thing I'm pretty sure Vic
me
even admits,
like
like
you're
he
running
started saying
out of
spots
tricks,
during like
Frieza.
90% of Broly. It's like, good God, man, think about your vocal cords.
You're out.
It's time we put an end to this.
You want to be allowed to fucking speak again after you're done recording?
Yeah, no. It would be good to. This also applies to people who sing like metal.
Yeah.
This one's for you, Father!
And just like that, Frieza, you continue to be a disappointment.
You know, Frieza, you could have done this right from the start.
Nah, see what? Yeah. Fucking Bridge has ruined some of these moments for me.
Impossible!
They're just too funny not to think back to. It's like,
Is this yours?
I'll not even drop the ball one, but just a nice and yeah, as you walk up. I mean, they're just basically holding the sun, so yeah. And Frieza just annoyed blast it, blows it up. And yet, still, such a small crater afterwards.
It took you 4 tries to destroy that little
It only took you 4 tries to destroy him. Told you might want to recount. He still failed. Bombing attack! Why is tea and boiling water vapors transformed into a flow? Yep. Also, one of the most brutal things they had done on the show up to this point. Just,
They're right there.
well, Frieza's split open.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a big moment.
What I also love is the way it leads into it is, you know, we now see it's red, so it's definitely blood. But what it doesn't show any bleeding, so once it cuts into multiple points, it doesn't have to be as censored.
Is he?
How can you even tell who they are? It's probably
sensing
Goku,
energy.
you guys.
No, it's
No,
not
definitely
Goku.
not Goku.
No way.
Huh?
Way younger. Pink hair for a little bit. Actually, no, it's blonde now.
This is great!
Hold still.
Also, I'm sorry, but Bulma, you sound drunk right now with the juggling. This is how you end a threat. This is 100% how you introduce a new threat as well.
Join me and take Frieza's place at my side as the supreme ruler of the universe.
Also called,
Not
damn
a
man,
chance.
come on.
This and every other world would be but the merest of
Overkill
baubles
maybe
in
gets the
your
job done. Oh,
collection.
beautifully.
Allow me to examine your sword. A weapon of such obvious quality practically begs to be admired.
Sure.
So, you want to see my sword, huh?
Yeah, I'll
Here,
introduce it up
catch.
close.
Remarkable craftsmanship. Ha! I say
The
that without
retcon
this
that
sword
would
to
later be
nothing,
somehow
that's
this is
what I
Tapion's
believe.
sword, yet that makes no sense. I'm also surprised that he goes like,
You
such
should know that
fine
a
material.
weapon
It
doesn't
must be
make the
alien
man.
made.
Wait, you dirty little Saiyan!
Wait, you dirty little Saiyan? Yeah, poor choice of words there, buddy.
Who is this kid?
Your kid. Your kid, Vegeta.
Wait.
They call
you
him the
can't.
drink.
No! Please! I wanted nothing but peace!
Bullshit! You just offered me multiple worlds in conquest and domination! What the fuck do you mean by peace?
Wow, just like that. Bam, they're gone.
Bam! Gone! Ended! Guys, what were we doing here? Your jobs from now on. Background characters.
Damn, fucking roasted.
It ain't wrong, though.
Yeah, it ain't wrong, though.
So this is one that I also point out, because we need a few from Bleach as well, because again, I have pointed this out. I give a lot of shit to Bleach for being the... It has its reasons why it's part of the big three. Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece are all staples of shonen anime nowadays. That being said, each one has its own problems. Naruto's problem was the fact that, one, God help us, that sequel is hurting it. Boruto has done a lot of problems to its series and everything else. However,
it really, really has.
Its major issue that a lot of people point out was the final arc for it was way too long, and there was so much filler before that. One Piece's major problem is its pacing. Bleach's main problem wasn't even just the filler, because yes, it had a major problem with filler as well, much like Naruto's, but the problem with Bleach's filler compared to Naruto's is Bleach would be in the middle of an arc, and next thing you know, there's an entire arc of filler that is happening, even though there's nothing with the manga that should have broken that up too much. Like, you could have at least ended the fight that you were in and then gone into the filler, but no, that's one problem it had. The problem with Bleach by the end is, even Kubo admits it, he really did not know how to make a story. Even the reason he made Bleach is because he wanted to draw cool fights and cool stuff.
Yeah, why... Bleach was basically a vessel for him to create OCs.
Correct. And it's also why it's so upsetting whenever I point this out. I love the Espada stuff. I love the stuff of the Espada especially. That's what got me into Bleach. However, going back and reading like the manga and everything else, you can see it, especially in his drawing. There's a reason why Waco Mundo is so bland, is because he stopped wanting to draw backgrounds. So many places take place in these like desolate areas, because it goes like, I just couldn't be bothered to draw a background right now. It's just a giant white space now. It's like, bro, I get it, but you have such a good art design. Why? But it's also, again, I point out the writing gets repetitive sometimes, and I use the joke that Ichigo is a character that doesn't have a goal, that feels boring, only for the fact that I use because people then make the argument, well, he doesn't need a goal to be, important. But I will say this, yes, you don't need a goal to be an important character and everything else, because it's the reason why I point this out. Yu Yu Hakusho is a show that inspired Bleach heavily, and we see that all over the place, and Kubo admits this. But at the same time, Yusuke is a character that has no goal. He has nothing really planned out, but he's just taken, on this this huge journey through different things, and is just having to deal with the threat of the week, pretty much. He doesn't have an overarching goal, but he still has a character, because there are other things he always goes to work on. Like, it's one of my favorite jokes about him. Yusuke Urameshi is the ultimate delinquent character of all of anime, because this man lives by the motto, I don't give a fuck who you are. If you come at me or my people, I am throwing hands. I will beat your ass. It doesn't matter if you're a man, woman, if you're a child, if you're an old man, if you're transgender, if you're non-binary, if you're crippled. I will run the fade with you because you came at me. Angel, demon, human, species of any kind. Throw them dukes up if you come at me. And he proves this so many times, because hell, even the one that we show as the joke, and Shiro pointed out, the guy he kills at the end of the series in that moment of the anime, which was technically his ancestor doing the killing, I mean, you only had a month left to live due to the cancer and everything else actually killing you, so you kind of did him a favor. You did him faster than the chemo would have. But also, good God, you're a mesh. That man's a cancer victim. He can't be throwing hands like that. Nah, fuck them. Run them dukes. But, and that's the thing. When we get introduced to Ichigo in season 1, Ichigo really shows this. Ichigo is a delinquent too. Ichigo has one of my favorite, most disrespectful things you could ever do in a flashback thing when we are getting introduced to Chad. And that is, dude, you show up to help Chad fight a gang, and you show up and everyone's like, the hell is Strawberry doing here? And he's over here on a cell phone. It's like, what, you calling the cops? Actually, I'm calling my family ambulance. Why? They're going to need to be here after I'm done with you. And it's just me. The man orders an ambulance ahead of the fight. This man is pulling a kilo of showing up with a shovel.
Can we... oh my god! Can I submit another fight? I just remembered fucking...
You just remembered Killua showing up... Not Killua, but not the fucking
Arapika.
Red Eye... Yeah, Arapika showing up with a fucking shovel. It's like...
Honestly, I might submit that whole sequence. First the Kurapika fight, and then also the fight beforehand.
Just him beating all the
three assassins.
Yeah, him beating all the assassins single-handedly.
That was the moment I fell in love with Hunter x Hunter.
I'm just like... God help! It's also why I love that Hunter x Hunter is coming back with its manga. Like, it is confirmed it's coming back. But also, I feel bad because people are getting on to the writer for one reason. One, he waited so long. Granted, part of it was his health concerns, and he only wants to be the one to draw it. He doesn't want his pupils to help him with the drawing, even though he has all the story planned out. He has the story ready to go. He just wanted to be the one to draw it. That's why his health was, he was wanting to be on full health. But also, in some points, it's out, man, you waited for JJK, My Hero Academia, so many big time shonen animes and Shonen Jump are ending right now. We're in like One Piece nearing the final stretch mark at this point. It's in its like final 2 arcs. And we're like, yeah, we know why you waited to bring Hunter x Hunter back, because you need to make sure all the other competition was gone again. It's like, hey, I need to remember that fans exist, but I also don't need me to be compared to those right now, because it's been a while since I did this. Give the guy some slack on his health. Here's the thing, Cowboy. I give him slack on the health. What I don't give him slack on is he has literally said, no matter what his condition of health is, that's the only reason he hasn't done his manga, is because he refuses to let other people draw his work for him. His wife is a published mangaka. He has 4 different apprentices who have made their own mangaka. He has people that can do his art style and help him. All he has to do is give them the direction. He has even said, oh, I 100% could do this. I could 100% have finished Hunter x Hunter by now by having someone do my art style and me telling them piece by piece how the story's going to go. I will be in the room with them doing it. But he wants 0 assistance. He wants to do this 100% by himself. The only one getting involved is his editor to edit stuff. And I'm like, bro, I get it. Nice flex. But you could have finished this 20 years ago at this point. Like, God help us. It is a massive problem. But the reason I bring up Bleach is because while there are a lot of one-sided fights, a lot of them involve Kenpachi, this fight right here is so one-sided, and it happened twice. This character got involved with 2 of the biggest one-sided fights, and it's a reverse jumping each time. It's Aizen. Aizen is just disgusting. What I feel bad is the second one's actually so much better for the reverse jumping, because the first time, okay, you had like all of the captains just try to attack you, and you stopped it, and Ichigo also tried to join in, and you not only stopped him, you did one of the most beautifully disrespectful moments of anime history by stopping the main character's theme song the moment it started
Oh yeah.
But not only
I remember
that,
this.
no, not only that, one of the best parts that people point this out, until Thousand Year Blood War came out, and they reused that song again in the first episode for like just a little thing of him trying to hype up Ichigo. That song never played again for Ichigo once.
Oh shit!
Aizen stopped that song from ever happening again until the series came back. Aizen didn't just stop the theme music; he killed his theme song. I'm like, and I look back. I looked back. It's like I looked back. Okay, that's disrespectful to stop the theme song. That is a massacre to what you did to that man. That theme song was good. And just no, you're no longer allowed to play this ever again in my presence. Just me. God damn.
That's on Spotify, actually.
Also, Sui is probably my favorite captain of all time.
Oh, I know my favorite captains of all time. I have two.
Oh.
Well, actually, technically, I have one because one of them's not a captain. I want to hear your thoughts on this, Shameless.
Okay.
In the Tag Yourself, I am a combination of Urahara and that one captain in the pink Sakura robes.
Okay, so Urahara, who was a captain, mind you, he was a captain,
he was.
So it counts.
He's just not officially a captain.
He's not officially a captain any longer.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the other one
like,
you talked about is Shishui. The other one is Shishui, who is my favorite. Because my favorite fight is him versus my favorite fight is still him versus Stark. Because the entire premise of that was beautiful. But it's also the way it starts, just Stark, hey, look, I really don't feel like fighting. You want to half-ass this? You want to just pretend that we're fighting and just sit back in the background, having like a couple mojitos or something else. And Shisui, 100%, dude, I am on board. You are speaking my language. Bro's best friend, since everyone makes the joke about the community as well, his partner, just look at him. Are you serious right now, my man? Look, I know I'm terminal, but are you serious right now? And he goes, no, I'm not actually serious, because again, dude, I'd love to do that. 100% would have. I've done it before. Look back at what happened with me and Chad. Here's the problem, buddy. The old man is literally right there.
Yeah, he's
Yamamoto is literally within eye distance. I want to. I really do. But he will actually kill me if I hold back right now.
He will actually kill me.
That's the best part. He still holds back. He still holds back. Granted, he never had to actually whip out the Bankai, and even if he did, God help us, he would have had to make sure he was much further away. But,
well, what do you think, though, Shameless? Do you think that's an accurate representation of me? If Urahara and Shisui did the fusion dance, you'd get.
I could see aspects. Me. I could see aspects of both. I could see aspects of both and everything else. Cowboy, I'd have to think more on that one. There's a lot of different anime characters that could be represented for some certain people. But yeah, Shisui is my favorite captain, and then it's Kenpachi. Like Kenpachi
in
was
all anime. Oh, that's a crazy fucking question.
Yeah, that's another way. All anime is a big one.
If we were talking about just Bleach, I would say you kind of give me the vibes of the Fox guy.
I can see that with Cowboy.
話の途中だぞ、京楽隊長。
もうごちゃごちゃ話す必要はねえだろ、アイゼン。挽回。大グレン強連腹。
Actually, wait, no, hold on. I think this might be funny, but I could also think of another one that Cowboy could be from Bleach.
Oh?
Ikkaku.
Oh, that I could see that. I
could see Ikkaku.
So bad in games. I've even got one of the Bleach games on mobile. Partially just to help me keep track of people's names.
Fair.
いい心構えだ。私を捕らえることすら不可能だろう。面白いね。
You know what? I'll bite for Shiro. I'd have to think on that one a little bit. but the first one that comes to my mind is the vice captain from Squad 9. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but it's the one that has the 69 on his face.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
The one who literally hates that his weapon is designed to kill. This is also where I point out, it's the one where I point this out that Kubo does really well after Bleach ended for the manga right now. We do find out here, Gary, yes, I can see that. But it's the fact that we know that he had so much more of Bleach's story to tell before Shonen Jump had to can the project. So he made so many side little light novels, including the fact that Hiragire gets a Bankai. We see his Bankai in a light novel. His Bankai is disgusting. Because his Bankai is something that we've partially seen happen multiple times, where he has survived a bunch of attacks that probably should have killed him, but he has no idea how the hell he's living. And it comes back to like his weapon noticing that he doesn't like to kill, but still has those chains. His Bankai is those chains basically become like, he basically creates a domain expansion with him and his opponent, trapping him through a little pocket dimension where those chains wrap around himself and the opponent. Any damage that happens will instantly be regenerated because those chains are going to reattach the parts to you and keep you alive.
Oh, shit.
The reason why this is important, because the fight will only end when one person runs out of reishi at that point. The only way it can end is because neither person can actually die. You have to become so exhausted you no longer have the ability to fight and will die to exhaustion. His literal Bankai is Talk no Jutsu. That is the whole thing that happens. The person he's fighting is literally just a menace and everything else, and he uses it because it's against one of the Quincy and stops the fight because he Talk no Jutsus it out because he's like, look, I don't want to kill you. I hate killing, but I have a power that is designed to kill. So here's what's going to happen. Either both of us are going to die, or we're going to get the fuck out of this and stop fighting. And the dude finally has to actually give up. He puts him in basically the Itachi Infinite Tsukuyomi.
Infinite Tsukuyomi.
You know, not the Tsukuyomi, but the Infinite fucking Genjutsu that Kabuto was stuck in. It's like, alright, you can keep killing me, but it's not going to change anything. And the dude does. He kills him so many times. He dies a couple times. Like, what the fuck is happening? How long have I been in here? Has it been years? Days? What's happening to me? I want to leave. I want to stop. I'm like, what happened? Your fucking goddamn Bankai is just Dumamu, I'm here to talk to you. Dumamu, I come to bargain. And I will still point this out. Aizen is a straight menace in the show no matter what. There is a reason why he is probably one of the better villains that we've seen in power scaling from a show, because we've still never seen him use a Bankai. That also raises a question where a lot of people ask, can this man actually use a Bankai? Because that would also be one of the biggest flexes if he finally realized, like, because we're getting the new arc that's going to be them going to hell. If he points out, oh, you know, something happens in the, because they have to fight the original Gote 13 in the new arc with Hell. If he goes like, well, if I'm going to need to get involved, fuck it, I might have to actually learn how to use Bankai now. If he says that sentence, I feel like people are going to shit up Rick. It's like, what the hell do you mean he has to learn Bankai? Also, Soy Fun's probably one of my favorite girls of Bleach. She ain't busty or anything else, but she's a fun little tomboy. And also beware the wasp.
Yeah, beware the wasp.
Definitely seems, huh? Neat. Oh.
不活だね。 氷に影ができてるよ。
しばらく貴様
終わりだアイゼン。
しまった。
Also, I love Shinji's Bankai and just his power in general is pretty cool. But this should have been a major setting point. They know Ichigo joined them. Ichigo has an on-site with Aizen. They are all jumping Aizen. None of them really thought for a moment, hey, why isn't Ichigo helping us? Ichigo, who has been in the background, what the hell are y'all doing? Guys, what are you doing this for? Guys, stop! Stop now! What the hell are y'all doing? Instant trauma to Hitsugaya. Instant trauma. Also, I love that somehow the implication also could have been like, imagine if Aizen actually just swapped places, not from the start, but this whole time. Was like, oh yeah, by the way, I've been getting healed from y'all this whole time afterwards. Thank y'all for this.
Damn, Sag cries.
God, they totally go for this. No, I will say, one of the highest points that I can give Bleach, fights are good, and man does its OST go hard.
Well, the OST is good.
This OST is good. No, again, I would not give as much credence to Bleach as I do if it wasn't for the fact that it really hurts that the Fullbringer arc feels like filler, and while the 1,000-Year Blood arc has so many great moments, the natural stopping point still feels like how it should have ended was after Aizen. And that's where I'm like, if it ended right after Aizen, yeah, you have a pretty shorter manga versus the rest of the big three, but good God, you end on a high note. So I had a few ideas I could submit from Fate, by the way. Mal pointed this one out to me that I remembered from one of the movies. So many fights in Fate were one-sided if it involved Gilgamesh. But because so many people hate this version of Gilgamesh and finding the other fights kind of was a pain in the ass, which granted, I did find one of them. But I couldn't find the one that actually makes me go, I love to hate Gilgamesh for this version because he kills my favorite character of the first series, which was Ryder, effortlessly. It is not at all a fight, and even Ryder knew that going in. So, this is one of the movies that, again, its own timeline, canon, and everything else. This is such a beautiful thing to see with Gilgamesh of how the 180 goes. Because look, it's Sakura. She's all sweet, kind, and cuddly, and she's eating a finger.
Whoop.
Oh, there goes an arm. Oh, there goes a lot of you. And this is where it's like, oh man, it was one side. He just completely decimated him. Walking. When did I start missing a leg? Why am I missing a leg? It was so hard to find this not actually, where it was voiced and everything else that had subtitles or just wasn't in AMV. That's the problem. So I just went with this version, which still shows it well. Yeah, Dark Sakya is a menace. All she does was bite the air. Gilgamesh is gone. He has been eaten.
Damn.
That was such a one-sided fight. Just like, what happened? Oh. Gilgamesh is gone, and he's one of the strongest members of the series. The fuck? Okay. Well, looks like we can go a little later tonight, Sammy.
Oh?
The announcement in the other person's server.
Fair enough.
Which means, hey, we can at least finish the clips, and if it goes long enough, I can raid into we'll raid into Prism then.
Bet.
But yeah, so this next fight is why, again, a lot of people hate Gilgamesh for another reason. And yeah, this one was another one-siding. This was a big one-siding.
Homunculi.
Also, again, I love the Fate dub so much for some of the voices. They picked some good ones. Gilgamesh fits so well for a smug jackass. But then, it's the same voice actor, mind you, for the good version of Gilgamesh that we see in the later series as well, because the timeline for when the characters get pulled is really fun. This Gilgamesh that we see is before he meets his best friend, so he's an arrogant dick all over. The one where he's caster instead of archer is where everyone loves Gilgamesh, because it's after he's met his best friend and gets not even humbled because his best friend is as strong as him. He gets humbled because he loses his best friend, goes like, I can't really, he's failed immortality multiple times. Like, fuck it, I'm just gonna be a good king.
I was wondering who was here. A pair of
He gets
homunculi.
chilled so fast.
Nicely made, too. Oh, now, don't be afraid. I forgive your disrespect, assuming it came from fear.
At first I took you for a king, but a man who reeks of blood as you do
I'm gonna
cannot
go
be
ahead and
allowed
say
to
this,
pass.
Shameless. Since
Is
I
that-
now have an open schedule for the rest of the day, I'm gonna go ahead and switch to mobile on Discord and go outside and take a smoke, if you don't mind.
Oh, good. Well, I was gonna say, let's go ahead and finish this clip first.
Bet.
And then we can do a BRB for that. Welcome back, Cowboy.
So?
Does that allow me to get more of my water as well afterwards?
Mm-hmm. If you get back before I do, then you can just resume without me and I'll hop back in.
These mages never learn, do they?
Oh, hello.
Liz! Sella!
Hercules!
Toying with you just might relieve me of a little of my boredom. Tell me what you think of this. Let's you and I reenact a battle of legends! I'm tired of heroes who refuse to fall when cut or burned. Hercules, the stories tell of you performing 12 labors, after which you were welcomed among the gods. Stop playing nursemaid, Hercules. Each time you die, another labor is done. But after these 12, no gods welcome you.
The servant. Is it here yet?
Yes.
I also love the
great
fact
hero,
that
renowned in Greek
Fate
mythology.
has such a weird way of how it
Hercules.
handles its heroes, because the forms they take is all based on the class they get summoned as. Berserker Hercules is actually the weakest version of Hercules.
Go to Fuyuki.
But it also has one of the most intense noble phantasms, because 12 times he cannot die. Which sounds like it should be insane, which is why it's like, why is that the weakest one? Because he's a berserker. He loses pretty much all of his mental fortitude. And the fact that his noble phantasm doesn't exactly change with the other versions of him. So, God help you if you ran into Saber version of Hercules, when he has his mental fortitude back and everything else. He is a menace. Because at that point, his noble phantasm is just a passive. He actually does have a true noble phantasm.
never be
And
defeated by
it's
this grinning fool.
terrifying.
Berserker is stronger than anyone!
Like, Gilgamesh is probably one of the strongest
Your defeat is as
characters
certain
of
as
the Fate
sunrise.
universe. But it also depends on which version of other casters and Sovereignty fights. Which is why it's very much debated. If it was like Saber version of Hercules, this version of Gilgamesh is getting steamrolled.
So be it. I'll give you the greatest of labors!
It's also why I love
actually
the
have had
Fate
a
series for
chance.
introducing characters
I
like
had hoped
Gilgamesh,
for better
because
from a
he's
fellow
overpowered
demigod.
done right. Because in all the times we tend to see him in media, he seems overpowered compared to somebody else, but even in this series, he loses. He gets beaten. Hell, he gets killed. And I love that because it shows you know how to handle his power.
The chains of heaven. Even a god bound in these chains could not escape their cold embrace.
Also, the best part about this is twice now that Gilgamesh's true noble phantasm has needed to kick in against someone who is actually a bigger brute type character to stop them from killing him. Number one was against Ryder, and now against Hercules. Those chains are the true noble phantasm of him because they're Echidna's chains, the chains of Babylon. They will restrain whoever the fuck gets involved around him and is actively could kill Gilgamesh.
Where are you? Berserker!
And dick move right here as he kills the child.
Berserker. I can't see anything, it's all dark. Please stay with me. Berserker.
I won't lie, the only way Gilgamesh could have gotten more points for dick movery, granted it happens later, as he went for the double tap right there. Like, you already cut her eyes open where she got blinded, stabbed her in the chest. Hercules almost got you, by the way, man, if your reaction time was any slower.
A troublesome fellow.
But then you just reach in and
You
rip out her
continue
heart.
to surpass your own myth to the very end.
I'm not scared.
Yeah, I do like that they also point that out with the heroes that they pull from legend and whatnot. Is something that happens in Apotheca pretty well, as if they have mythos and legends around their people. Because, Gilgamesh points out Hercules was literally about to accomplish a 13th labor by living again. So he surpassed his 12th labor myth. In Apotheca, they point this out because of the fact that Vlad the Impaler is one of the characters in Apotheca. Vlad is noble phantasm, is he can literally just impale you from any surface. He will create lances from the ground and whatnot. Oof. But here's the thing, he has a second noble phantasm that he despises. Because it's what everyone remembers Vlad the Impaler as. His second noble phantasm is when he gives into the myth and becomes Dracula.
Yep.
And at that point, not only does he still have the aspect of he still has his original noble phantasm, but becomes a raving mad vampire who will literally feed off of any blood that's spilled around the ground, similar to how Alucard did in Hellsing. Just like, so you can create spirits from any surface, and you feed off blood that's spilled on the ground, yeah. You have hacks. You have hacks worse than Alucard. The only problem that you can't utilize on this is you become a raving monster.
I mean, I feel like that's just on brand for Vlad the Impaler,
Yeah,
though.
but it's also why I love it, because he literally even tells the person who has his command seals, if you use this for me, I will guarantee you I will kill you first. Because I do not like this power, I hate that mythology behind me. If you use it against me, I will kill you. And then he does. The man gets into a desperate situation where he forces Vlad to use the power, and the first thing he does is rip his head off.
Damn.
And I'm just like,
well,
no, like, the best part about this is now that he no longer has a master, someone else can control him But also, the person with the command seal that would stop him can no longer stop him. He has to be put down.
Damn.
It is
That's
so
rough.
good.
That's
All right.
rough, buddy.
Yeah. Chat will pause real fast because I gotta use the restroom, get some water and everything else, and Sam's gonna go grab a smoke break. So we'll BRB for about 5. We'll be right back.
I'll try to be super, super quick.
Yep.
But like I said, if you get back before I do, just go for it. That you, Shameless? I heard something.
We're back, everybody. Sorry about that. Took me just a moment because I was also making myself some hot chocolate. Also, Kage has decided to join me on top of my desk, so you might have also been hearing Kage a little bit. Hey, little buddy. Okay, you're just gonna sleep right on top of my, try to get right on top of the keyboard. Don't need this much, but understandable.
Ain't that just like a cat?
Yep. We'll go through a few more of these fights to determine if certain people will go through. No, Kage, you're not allowed any of this hot chocolate. That is mine. That is my hot chocolate. This is Papa's hot chocolate. You are not allowed this. Mine. So, going back into the one-sided anime fights and everything else, this is one where, again, Kirito... Hey, no, I'm going to let you down. You're out of the room. Out of the room right now. Yeah. Look, say what people can say what they want about Sword Art Online. I, for one, am one who will say a lot about it as well. It had okay fight scenes. The story is not awful, but the anime...
Not until you get to the second arc, the second season.
Which even then, it's not awful, because technically the second season's Gun Gale. It's the second arc is what makes it bad. But it's also the fact that they outpace themselves too much because there's so much that we really skip in just the first game alone. Because they're like, we gotta cover both games. No, you don't. Just make the first season about Sword Art Online. If that one does well...
Like, I remember being so disappointed when, like, after the first episode, they'd already jumped up, like, 30 floors.
Yeah, it's like, look, after the first season where you just do the first game, then you determine how your fan base is going to react, and that's when you can go into Elflime and everything else. That's when you can do these... That's basically what it was. Elfenline.
No, I know.
And it's like, that's when you can do these other ones, but going directly into it for, like, the second half of the first season was not a good move. It really did hurt the show narratively, because you sped up so much with the character development that we should have been allowed to progressively see. Because, again, it's the reason why everyone jokes Kirito and Asano is a horrible relationship joke, because their love story speeds up so fast, but in the actual light novels and everything else, no, it actually took some time. They didn't just instantly get married. They had worked together quite often, were building a chemistry. Why we skip that is disgusting.
See, I had never assumed that, they weren't spending time together, because the anime did so many fucking time skips.
Yeah, and that's...
So many time skips.
That's the problem, because they're like, well, we can't really cover too much, because some of the floors are just kind of boring. Like, there was a giant ant fight that he handled for one of the floors, which Kirito and Asano show... That's one of their first times really showing off since the first floor clearing. That they can work together.
This is all in the manga, right?
This is all in the manga and the actual book that has been written for it, which is why...
I might need to check that out.
Certain chapter numbers are infamous, for example.
Oh?
Let's just say 16.9.
Oh boy.
That's an infamous joke that goes around for it, because there's an actual thing that's written in the description of when Kirito and Asano's first night together is described.
Oh, I'm guessing they consummated?
So in the show, we know after their marriage, they hook up.
Yeah.
That is an actual chapter.
Mm-hmm.
That is a chapter that is written, and we get described about what 2.3 years of backlash.
Married life?
No, backlash comes into play whenever you have that first night of married life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the joke there, is remember, Kirito's been in a coma for 2.3 years and hasn't done anything up to this point. That got described. That is part of the infamous chapter, is letting that get described. So
there is such a thing as too much detail.
Exactly. There's a joke in that one. It's like, hey man, look, this is a neat story, but we didn't really need that much detail for that segment. What the hell? It's why it's gone down with infamy about what the fuck was that chapter. But because of that, there are some actual good fight scenes that the anime did produce as well for everything else. And does show that, yes, Kirito is an overpowered character. Not exactly done right, but done enough to be enjoyable certain scenes, including this one where it's a one-side fight entirely. That's
why I had to double check, because like there's so many.
We don't have
fucking
I was gonna say,
layers
we don't
to
have
that,
any
I was
actual
like-
game for Sword Art Online itself that for a while. We had a gun guild. Like, that's how you do a one-side fight really justice. This next one is one that I had to put in here. Because, again, we joked about some people are really loving JJK's fights and everything else. This fight right here of JJK is one of the ones where one of my favorite jokes involving Jujutsu Kaisen is it's one of the most realistic ones for a joke of how the main characters act with half of the fights are, what's this one-on-one bullshit? No, we are going to jump you. We are going to have as many people fight you at once, no matter what. There is no such thing as a fair fight in Jujutsu Kaisen.
Nice.
In fact, the only people who get one-on-ones is normally Gojo, and that's because he's the only motherfucker strong enough to really handle one-on-ones himself with other crazy bastards, or it's a situation like this clip where Gojo gets reverse jumped. Yeah, Cowboy even puts a jump jujitsu. And Gojo proving 100% that he's a natural-born menace, because you have like 4 guys that attack him, 2 of them at the start. And this man just proves why his power is disgusting, because his physical first ability of Limitless is you physically can't, nothing can physically touch him. Unless he allows it. He will always have a mental barrier around him. So, like, even people try to snipe him, the bullet will slow, because what it does, it keeps slowing down to a point where it can never touch him. So even if you fire a bullet from a sniper position, it won't hit him, because the bullet will slow down the moment it enters the bubble to the point where it is physically able to enter his body. Not to mention, he can just pick up the bullet and move it.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a move where he has a passive where you can physically never touch him. On top of all of his other bullshit abilities he gets. Infinite space, his domain expansion is infinite void. If he hits you with the domain expansion, your brain will start getting overloaded with as much infinite knowledge as it contains the longer it is around. Your brain will actually be processing too much information for you to be allowed to move. It will make you a vegetable.
Damn.
And then he has gravity techniques on top of that with red, blue, and then purple. This man has one of the moments before, because it's in Season 2, this is one of the moments of Season 2 where people start fiending harder for Gojo. With one thing he does, and then also what happens later with Nanami. Kind of call in later, explain something. I mean, what do you want to explain, Cowboy? Because remember, we do try to avoid some spoilers for certain stuff, but also, it's a summary about how the space works.
Mm-hmm.
But, I just love this. Come on, bring it on. Hell, if you notice that he's not wearing his eye patches and everything else, he literally handicaps himself by trying to always wear something on how Limitless works. Oh, I'm aware how it works. The reason I don't go into full detail, Cowboy, is because the show does, and that's one way to get people to watch the show. If you want to know more of how the power fully works, you give us some synopsis of it, and then let people, fully look into it. But it's like, hell, like the blindfold things. The man will handicap himself to make it where it's harder for him to... I gotta pause it real fast. When you hear the microwave finally ding at 3 a.m. in the morning. Just, good God, the face he is making. Just, oh. God, that is a straight demon.
Yeah. I mean, when it's on par with the statue from Solo Leveling, then it's like...
Well, I wish I could actually show I could have found the dub version that wasn't clipping so much. The voice actors for this go hard. The dub voices are so good. The Gojo one right here with this is where you're weak, right? And how he handles the handlebars. There were so many women going like, me next, please. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be me next with what happens next. This part is so disrespectful and beautiful because he points it out. They're trying to use a technique to lower his, to make it where his technique no longer works. Which, as he says, hey, that means I have to put more energy into it, meaning, it gets stronger. Do you think your friend here can, keep up with that? Because I don't think they have much energy left. Do you? Dead! And like Gojo said, that was going to be the first one he killed, but that... Hanami literally thought, oh, they're only targeting Gojo, so it was a lie. No. No, it wasn't. He told you what was going to happen, and he made sure it happened.
Tsugi.
Next. Everything he did to those poor spirits was just absolute menace energy. It was beautiful. We only have... Oh, we still got a couple more. We have a few more we can get through. This next one is probably one of my favorites from another just favorite anime entirely. We have both fights, actually, that was submitted. Round 1 and Round 2, because they were both one-sided as hell. And they're from Berserk.
Oh, God.
Don't worry, it's before Eclipse. It's before the show got, oh my god. And,
yeah, that show's got a reputation.
Yeah, he goes like, oh, this is a wonderful fantasy anime, a bit like, more like realistic and medieval ages. I don't know why the show, yeah, I can see why it's dark. It's got some underlying themes that are pretty interesting, like, how Guts has to, murder a child and everything else, or only accidentally murdered a child. But I don't understand why everyone thinks it's so dark. Then the eclipse happened. Because I love the anime does one really good fake out, which is just introducing the series early on. Like, the first episode shows you the Black Swords, where he's got the Dragon Slayer, he's got the cannon arm and everything else, and then it flashbacks to everything else. We don't really see a demon involved in the first episode, which is hilarious considering the first actual page of the manga is Guts clapping demon cheeks. Like, full on inside of a demon, clapping it, and then killing her with his cannon arm. But yeah, that is such a tone shift of like how the difference goes. It's like, what's the first episode like? Oh, we introduced this badass character and time flashbacks for the entire first season and arc, like multiple arcs is, back in the past and leading into, like, okay, we're gonna see how he gets the cannon arm. It turns into this super badass. I don't know why he's talking about a demon. Maybe this guy that he's hunting down is like a demon or something else. We don't know that actual demons exist yet, if you go with just the anime. If you go with the manga, there are introductions to demons from the word go, because he is literally clapping a demon's cheeks. And everyone goes, we never get an explanation about why, because we know why he was there to kill that demon. Why did you specifically need to, screw the demon?
I don't know why, but this gives the same energy as the thing from Destiny 2 where Shax and Marasov hooked up, but Shax kept the helmet on.
Yeah, also easy to see why they didn't start the anime that way. Absolutely. They would not be allowed to animate that. What I find funny is they all celebrate, but this is Guts we're talking about. I'm pretty sure if he had his way, he would just be getting up and involved. Show Guts was well too prepared with just his normal fighting style, just being overpowered versus enemies, versus Griffith, who actually is a good swordsman and everything else. But it's also the headspace that they're both in, which is why the second match is so good. And it's also another poetic one. This time, Guts, who has heard Griffith say that Griffith doesn't want anyone in his army, really, unless they have their own dream that they're willing to live and die for. Guts, who finally gets his own dream that he wants to live and die for, he doesn't have one. And he goes, hey, I need to leave this army for a little bit to find my dream, to find a purpose. And Griffith goes, oh, fuck no. No. I own you. You're the one person in my army who's not allowed to have hopes and dreams. You are my, basically, it's Griffith basically fully calling Guts a slave. And that's why it's even more impactful in how this second fight goes, because it's Guts fighting not just for freedom of the army, because it is his best friend at this point. Griffith is his best friend, but he wants to feel like he can actually belong after that statement that Griffith made. He wants the people in his platoon in his mercenary company to have their own thoughts, their own ideals. That way they can challenge him. But the problem is the moment that someone who actually could challenge Griffith shows up, in the case of Guts doing this, Griffith doubles back and is getting worried because he can't lose Guts. He's too valuable of an asset.
Won you that day, by my sword. Your life, your death, they are both mine. If you wish to be free of me, the rules have not changed.
He would not recover from this. In fact, it would go very, very off of actually recovery. So we're getting towards the more of the story. Communication is key. Absolutely. We are nearing the last few clips that we had submitted for pretty much deadlines and everything else. Not to mention just looking at the time. So, funnily enough, this one's one of my favorites. We're back to original Dragon Ball.
Nice.
And no, pause. If they actually spoke, that would have turned out far differently. Absolutely. The rematch of Goku versus Mercenary Tao is absolutely hilarious. Because again, while he didn't actually kill him, Talon video says almost. Yeah, one of the first times that Goku 100% almost caught a body, because why not?
I've been studying you. Your breathing gives away your next move.
I will crush you!
What's also funny about this is something that is just something that is kind of weird about Dragon Ball. It feels like some of the enemies, I'm not gonna lie, actually feel weaker than the OG Dragon Ball villains. And my reason for this is when you look at a character like Tao. This is a guy who actually single-handedly beat a guy with just his tongue.
I could have sworn there were two of them pounding me.
Like, he literally fought a guy who was like, I will not use my hands or my feet. I will beat you without needing to use them at all. And one taps a guy using his tongue and hitting a pressure point on the back of his neck, which basically killed the man. Just me. What?
You win.
Did you actually just beat a man with a tongue?
Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
Damn, Tal, you must get all the ladies. What'd that tongue do?
I'll never hurt anyone again.
Shit, it brings a man to his knees. Really enough, when you're the one with the tongue, you're the ones who are getting on the knees.
Please let me go. I'm sorry.
Kind of like how he is right now, as he's
I
begging for his
guess we
life.
can let you leave. Do you think that's all right, Upa?
Also, Goku, no. Hey, you lied.
This apology.
Also, that 100% just looked like a smoke grenade. That does not look like a full, like, fragmentation device. That is a smoke grenade. But, won't really matter when this happens. What I love about this, by the way, something that just kills me. There's just a smoke cloud. How the fuck did Tao live through this? There is no body!
Damn.
He's gone! When we see him come back, he's a cyborg with a metal face and everything else, and it's me. No, I'm sorry. They just brought him back for a gag or something. Tao died. I'm calling it now. Tao died. Goku got that body. This is one of Goku's first ever actual just kills. And it was, oh, here, have your grenade back. Please no.
That's so rough.
No, but here's the thing. This is when Goku almost kills someone. How about we look at the time when Goku actually killed somebody?
Oh boy.
I mean, you do what you do.
I gotta admit.
By the way, finding the full start of this when he actually just punches him first is kind of hard to do. I couldn't do it. Also, quick note, chat. which is weird. How strong is Yajirobe? Because I gotta point something out that's weird about this. Notice what's around his neck. That's a Dragon Ball. That's a Dragon Ball that he's wearing as a necklace, which means he has drilled through a Dragon Ball. How? Also, how come this Dragon Ball never has a hole in it ever again? The 1-star ball that is around his neck
that monster
never actually gets shown to have any damage on it. That is such a weird continuity that's also funny. I mean, they're literally magical. It is, which is also why they're supposed to be indestructible. But Yajirobe just casually wearing one like a necklace. But oh god, Goku versus Tambourine round 2 is so good.
You remember your promise. He's mine now.
Also, yeah, 100% the promise was, hey, Yajirobe, because Tambourine and all of them are hunting down, I mean, plus Gohan did have one on his hat as a kid. Yeah, but that was just on his hat. That's basically like glue or something else. It wasn't like, you know, sewn into the hats, because hell, we even see it fall off plenty of times. It's just, hey, it's a little decoration they have it on because it's the 4-star. This man is wearing it as an accessory, as a necklace. But no, what I love about this arc is Piccolo, Demon King Piccolo has all of his kids hunting down martial artists to kill them. And Goku used Yajirobe as actual bait to call himself a martial artist. So Tambourine came at him. Goku shows up, punches him once. He is currently K'd the fuck O, and makes a deal with Yajirobe that, hey, when I'm done with him, you are allowed to eat him. Yajirobe is straight up going to eat this thing. That is a sentient being. It's, Yajirobe's like, hey, dibs if I'm allowed to eat that, right? Yeah, sure, whatever. Goku, first off, even if you didn't kill him yourself, that is 100% meaning you're sentencing this thing to die at the end of your fight. Because Yajirobe's gonna stab it and eat it.
Oh. Sure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm starving.
Oh man, I'm starving. I mean, Goku did something so 100%, I know.
Why is he moving?
Hey, why is he still alive? Oh, shit.
Oops, looks like I stopped too soon.
I stopped wailing on him. My apologies.
Unbelievable. How could we, the warrior tribe, be beaten by you?
Because you don't know it, but he is a saint.
Pathetic human.
Oh no, Goku got white screen. Have you seen Daima yet? Not yet, Cowboy, but that's also because I'm waiting till Daima. We don't know how long it's gonna be. And with most animes nowadays, I tend to binge watch. So I'm gonna wait till Dragon Ball Daima either ends, or at least the first season ends on Netflix. We don't know, because again, we don't know how long it's gonna be. And then I'm just gonna binge watch, because it's one of those ones, especially with Netflix, and me not wanting to pay for it, but granted, I know Scarlett has, for free thanks to our mobile, using T-Mobile and everything else. It's just one where it's better for me to make time for that, because not to mention, whenever we do that, I can host it as a watch party. I can host it as a watch party so we can all enjoy it together. Goku, you alive? Oh my god, he's a little black speck. No!
He was a bloody rider. I told you, we are superior to the human race.
You're not very smart, are you?
Hey, buddy, I'm over here.
That blast was pretty weak, if you ask me.
That barely tickled my nose.
Now it's your turn to feel the same pain that you gave Krillin.
You want to feel real blessed.
Wait, you're my lunch.
Hey, you're my lunch. Get back here.
Power pull it down.
The fact that it actually is Muscle Man's voice actor hurts so much.
I don't know how to feel about it.
It's
like
so
really, really
funny.
cool, but also really, really strange.
Hey, Yash, right, you wanted it burnt to crisp, right? Well done and less seasoned. Oh.
Your Majesty, what's wrong?
What's wrong? My fucking son has just been obliterated. Just absolutely gone. A close second for that, like, I love the tambourine one. It's such a classic. It's Goku's, like, actual first time, like, it's not the first time seeking full revenge, because there's the whole him attacking Red Ribbon Army, before that. But, like, that is Goku straight up going there, like, I know I'm here to kill somebody. I'm coming here to kill Tambourine for what you just did to Krillin. You have killed Krillin, you die. The close second to that with the one-sided fight is what he just does to Drum afterwards. Because he shows up to help Tien, who's been trying his hardest to fight Piccolo. But Tien can't even touch Piccolo because his literal henchman Drum is just stopping him every time. Goku just comes in and nonchalantly handles Drum like Raccoon. And just goes, hey Tien, were you busy or something? Just Tien, what the hell? But, so we went with the One Punch Man joke earlier.
Yeah.
And how that was, you know, the writer making jokes about shonen animes and everything else. But Mob Psycho is his official shonen anime.
Mm.
This is why I like Mob Psycho and everything else. Reverse jumping's gone right. But also, I love the aftermath of this fight afterwards, which is basically the part 2 of this fight, because it goes from a one-sided fight for the villain to the villain who is able to read power levels, looks at Mob, and nopes the fuck out of there.
Nice. Love that.
So that is just hilarious. It's like, you're too strong for me. Bye.
いやはや想定以上のしぶとさ。さっきはよくもやってくれたな。ドブネズミ改めゴキブリですね。
組織にいた頃とは違う。
自立しようとする意志の力を持った私たちは手強いぞ。
何度やっても同じですよ。
強がるなよ。焦ってるくせに。いくら先読みができても数が多ければ限界が来るはずだ。リベンジさせてもらうよ。
Like, I'm sorry, this fight being so one-sided gives me, if it wasn't for how long and it's not really full fights, gives me the same energy of everyone trying to stop King Bradley.
Oh yeah, no, I feel that. It took me a second, but I remembered what you were talking about.
Yes. Guys, the Führer's here. What? Did you really think I'd be so...
I remember.
Yeah, would you be so silly as to think I wouldn't go through the front door of my own house?
Like, I remember that moment, like, somebody fucking just said on the radio, Bradley's here, and then everything just fucking stopped.
Yeah, guys, the Führer's here. Oh my god. No matter what, stop him. Casually no diffs a tank and just comes in steamrolling. But yeah, this fight using the same energy because they are just doing nothing to this guy. They should just give up. Really? You thought the gun was going to work? Oh shit, you got some blood.
事前に感知してない攻撃は効くのかも。追い詰められてるのは実はあっちの方に違いない。
君は優秀だな。決めた。まずは君を徹底的に叩く。
I will give this kid points for one thing that happens during this. which is also just something that happens way too often in any media, which is why I actually like Minato from Bleach so much. It's refreshing. Is if your power is teleporting, you become way too predictable in fights.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because it's almost always the case where eventually, if you don't defeat your enemy too quickly, they're going to figure out your idea of a pattern. You go to like to come around from the back, the side sometimes. Everything else, you become predictable, and that's the downside of any free teleporter. Which is why I like Minato, because one, he acts unpredictable all the time, and two, he 9 times out of 10 just goes for the kill. He doesn't allow predictability. If your opponent's dead, you're just done. Hey, look, y'all think they're doing something. Okay, they're actually landing some punches. I need to regain my cool. I need to sit back, relax, and just enjoy the environment.
More どんな手立ても私には通じません。ダメージや本人でさえ知らないだろう弱点、そのほとんど霞んだ目も全てが手に取るようにわかります。後悔してももう遅いですよ。
My mind's eye has awoken. I can see everything. I can read your power levels. What the hell is that?
何かが強大なエネルギーを持つ何かが近づいて
I can read your power levels. Wait a minute.
What the hell is approaching us? Looks like my friend finally woke up. Nope. I just love it. His immediate reaction. Nope. Just immediately fucking retreats. Well, I just no-dipped all of y'all. What you gonna do now? Here's my friend. Why am I sent? Oh, hell the fuck no. Yeah, we will definitely do a part 2 of this, because I'm gonna go through the next 2 clips, and then we'll end it here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I forgot that I would have submitted.
Oh yeah, 100. Because here's the thing: fights like these can always just come back and do stuff like this. It's why I like these discussion videos like this, and like just going through old reviews of stuff. Because here's a good example. Here's a fight that a lot of people didn't think about, where the MC bit off way too much than he could chew. Because this is the best part that people point out: the yellow-haired character is the MC. Not this guy. The blonde's the MC.
Hey, I love having the MC get their shit kicked in. It's
because he's
first character growth.
Oh no, here's the best part. It's because this guy's an idiot. He is 100% an idiot.
立ちなさい。この夏目綾の婿ともあろう男がその程度の憲法使いにいいようにあしらわれるとはなんたる醜態。
その程度の憲法使い。
誰がいつてめえの婿になったよ。いいか、俺は今まで喧嘩に負けたことは一度もねえんだ。てめえはそこで黙って見てろ。いいな。はい。相変わらずわけのわからねえ女だが、おかげで目が覚めたぜ。まともに技の読み合いしてずっぽしこいつのペースにはまっちまうとこだった。
急にどうしちゃったのかしら、高柳先輩。おるよの、こういうタイプ。
What's with the sudden change in this guy's attitude? What's the matter? Well, one, you called him weak, and two, you point out the other guy's engaged to you, and he has a crush on you, man. So, oh boy.
俺は今日初めてお前を完膚なきまで叩き潰す気になったよ。
こっちは花からそのつもりだ。
新陸号、これは格闘
Andro Tenji, the literal example of waste potential. Yep. What comes next is deserved for this movie. You're trying to use her bento box as a shield. That's the only hit you landed in this entire fight. It's the also only hit you would land in that fight.
Damn.
No, I ain't done with you. Get up. He would not wake up for 3 days. I'm joking, but that was basically what just happened to him. He did not wake up for 3 days afterwards. But no, if there's one what we're gonna go out for one side fight and everything else, we gotta end it with one of my favorite one side fights. Not just to mention one of my favorite punches of anime history. Because I've watched some... Oh, we've been bonked. I've watched some One Piece. I got up to Skypiea, so this is literally one of the last fights I saw when I binge-watched it the first time.
Oh, I know what you're gonna show me. Oh.
This is such a one-sided fight, and it happens twice. It happens twice. So that's the best part. Bellamy's not just a throwaway character. It happened twice, and I'm like, man,
yeah,
Bellamy,
they gave him like actual character development.
They gave him character development, let him come back with some hockey and everything else. Had the fucking imprint in his skull. The second one's way worse. The second one is so much worse, but it's also because, again, Luffy doesn't want to do it at that point. He does it, but he knows that Bellamy is being manipulated by Doflamingo. This is just straight deserved. This one is when Goofy...
Yeah, no, this one, he was being a shithead.
This one is Luffy on demon time. But the second one's a worse beating because Luffy's way stronger, but it's not as impactful as this. Because this is 100% Luffy came in ready to beat his ass. And they have his bounty in their hands and think it's fake. In fact, the only one I could say that with the two Bellamy fights being one side, the one I was also going to say that's more new, so I would do this more for round 2 as it's a newer fight. So let people have time to catch up on the animes and everything else, so it's not entirely spoiled. Being fair, Crunchyroll has already spoiled some of the fight with its promotional advertisement. But it's Rob Lucci versus Luffy round 2. AKA, hi Luffy after time skip.
Yeah.
Just, Lucci, I don't know what you thought you could do here, but Wayne was not on your board.
I don't know, Shameless. Granted, I haven't seen the promotional material, but Lucci straight up is the only person who ever came the closest to beating Luffy. He had Luffy within an inch of his fucking life.
Oh, true, but that was before. But that's the thing. That was before Luffy discovered what the gears were, and that's his fight where he premiered, Gear 2. And it's one of my favorite memes that someone has made a video of was Luffy in the fight takes the stance like he's about to enter Geared 2nd again, before shifting into Gear 5, and Lucci, with a fan dub, goes like, oh, it's only Geared 2nd. I can handle this nowadays. And he goes like, fooled ya. What? Instant 5. And the guy goes, what the fuck is this? Just, Luffy, 100% at that power level, probably could have beaten him with just Gear 2. God help us, he went overkill.
Well, I was hoping they would have Rob Lucci train during the time skips.
Oh, they do. No, they do.
Epic fight.
Oh, no, he does. Lucci has awakened his devil fruit. Luffy is just that broken now. It's like watching Natsu after the time skip of.
I mean, that's true actually, because he's
it.
literally like a fucking Looney Tune god now.
And that's the
isn't he?
thing. It's so funny because Lucci in the manga at that time doesn't just lose to Luffy. He turns around and fights Zoro afterwards, thinking, well, I gotta get my run back somehow to beat one of the Straw Hats. That doesn't end well for him. And then there's the comments like, okay, that doesn't go well. Let me try Jimbei. Still doesn't go well for him. It's just, hey, Lucci, yeah, retire.
Damn.
Actually retire. Either retire or join the Straw Hats at this point. You're not beating them. Hey, that didn't kill you, did it? No, barely felt it. Lucci got washed, heavily.
That's a shame. I was hoping for a more epic.
Oh no, he still has epic moments, but it's so beautiful watching the fact that it's one of my favorite things that also happens when an anime character gets a run back a second time. Because like, I'll pause again real fast. Two fights that did get posted in here that we had talked about originally that were probably gonna make the list were from My Hero Academia. Number 1, Lemillion versus all of Class 1A. Just the entire situation of him washing them during a training exercise butt naked because they physically can't touch him. You had that overpowered moment where he's just literally just a steam wrecking them. And then the second one, which is a rematch again, Deku versus Muscular. Calling that a fight is disgusting because the first time Deku fights Muscular, okay, I gotta use 1,000,000%. I gotta break through my limits to beat you. Second time they fight, I'm gonna hold back. I'm going to use 45% of my power and hit you once.
Damn.
It's just me. It's not that Muscular got weaker. In fact, he got stronger. It's just the main character got ridiculous. And that's the problem that Lucci falls into with One Piece. Oh no, you're still strong. You're still a menace to all this world. There are a lot of people who fear you. Luffy will not be one of them. Luffy will no longer be that person.
That's fair.
And I actually love when shows do that, because it allows background characters to have fights against older nemesis. But, it's a situation similar like how Bellamy's about to handle. It's not that Bellamy's weak, it's just, he fought Luffy. In fact, you not just fought Luffy, you told him that people with dreams are stupid. And then asked if he knows how to throw a punch. When the man who's made of rubber can have his knuckles cracked, run.
Yeah, really? That's terrifying. How the fuck did you do that? You don't have knuckles.
I love so much that with this impact frame, that wasn't just a joke. This man has a permanent indentation in his skull now from that fist.
Oh,
Because some animes would just be like, oh, that's a one-time joke. No, Luffy embedded his fucking knuckles so deep in his man's head, it has reshaped his skull.
Yeah.
Bellamy, you alive? I'm also saying it now. There's a reason why Oda doesn't allow Luffy to get actual kills half the time. Otherwise, this would be one of the first confirmed. He has to let Luffy be the joke character a little bit, so he's not allowed to actually get kills. That's why we have Zoro and everyone around. But good God, no, Belly, you died. You died there.
You died. The future you is just a figment of Luffy's imagination.
Like, God, help us. That imprint is so good. It was such a good fight. And again, there are way more that were already submitted. we have more that we'll go through in the future. I love doing these anime reviews, not just anime.
Shit, I've got more ideas off the top of my head.
Oh yeah, like, and that's the thing. I've talked about this. We've covered some of the greatest fights of anime. We've covered some of the greatest anime openings. We've done some of the now one-sided fights. I still want to talk about some of my favorite moments of anime, which is some of the darkest moments of anime, where it's just like,
oh, that could be fun.
Oh, because I already have some entry points that I'm going to put in there. Tut, I know, is excited for that one because they've said they've got a lot. I'm like, 90% of what you're going to enter is just the entirety of Gundam's universe. I can tell you that now. Gundam gets dark. So,
yeah.
It's why I like doing these just chatting streams sometimes because it lets still break out the mold and everything else. It's where I can bring in friends and whatnot. We can have discussions about it because that's the other reason why it's been 5 hours. That should say something. I gotta make food here in a little bit, but like originally, this was gonna be like maybe a 2-hour thing. We just watched the video, but it's having something you can bounce off of to do this. It's why I don't do just chatting very often, but when I do, it can be fun when you have something you can bounce off of, especially with a topic like this. So
it's actually funny. I think I have D&D in an hour.
So let's you get food and everything else. How dark are we talking here, Cowboy? I'm going to be fair, again, try to keep it within the 10-minute mark, but I can already tell you right now, good examples are going to be, the Eclipse from just Berserk is going to be a submission immediately. Just, what happened? Here you go, here's the Eclipse. Here's the opening of Elfenline. Like, there were some...
Here's the villain from the Alfheim arc from fucking Sword Art.
Here is Helfheim's villain during one scene with... Asuna. Just let that sink in for a little bit. One of my favorite ones as well is the one that, if I can find the clip, I'm going to submit it.
I will say, the only thing, can I just point out real quick for the Alfheim thing? The one thing I will give that arc respect for is they obviously did not make that villain to be liked. They made him 100%. To be hated.
And that's what I like about villains when they introduce characters that are meant to be hated. Because here's another one that is actually showing up on the list right now that's kind of funny about this. Right here, with one-sided fights, that didn't make the cut right now, but 100% will make the cut in the future. Anyone else knows how a certain white-haired individual right here is missing? Yeah. I haven't watched enough of Tokyo Ghoul. I've only seen the first season. But yeah, that final fight, that makes this list, because that's one of the most one-sided fights of all fucking time. But then again, the entire reason that fight exists and why that guy got what he had coming to him could also make the list of some of the darkest shit that's happened in anime. The actual torture that man got put through. Like, oh shit. Death Note has another good example. There's some really messed up things that have happened in Death Note that make you go like, okay, we know how this is gonna end, but how dark does it get? How about the time where Light literally got a woman to write her own name? Basically.
Oh yeah.
Just one of those like,
about that.
And again, the reason why I like this list that I want to make, if I can find the clip, one of the first ones that's going to be on there is, again, if people like Fate series, Fate Zero, and just the entire scene that was Castor got summoned. Because that little kid literally thought he was going to get away, and the audience knows every way that it's not going to happen, and one of the best details is because we see what the background looks like, and we see what time of day it is when Castor's being summoned, because we see the outside is completely dark. When the kid gets in the front door, it's daylight.
Damn.
And we're just like, that kid's not seeing the sun. We don't know what he's seeing, but it ain't freedom. But, that being said, thank y'all for joining us out tonight. I will try to be back again tomorrow with some Fire Emblem. We're probably going to do more grinding and everything else because we have a lot of levels to get back through. Till then, take care, stay shameless. We're going to send you all over to Prism. It has been a long while since we've been able to raid into her, and she is playing some Among Us. Send us some love, stay shameless, everybody, and I'll see you around next time. I gotta go make me some food. Laters.